1 minute. Thank you all for being here. I will now call to order the July 2nd, 2024 meeting of the Goochland County Board of Supervisors. First, we will hear our invocation led by Chaplain Jamal Riley of the YMCA, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Vice Chairman Winfrey. Please stand as you are able.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation today. I am grateful for this opportunity to encourage you as servant leaders of this great Goochland County. Your job is not an easy job, and so many people depend on your leadership. So my word for you today is wisdom. In the book of Matthew, chapter 7, verse 7 reads, "Ask, and it will be given unto you. Seek, and you will find. Knock, and it will be opened unto you." So ask, seek, and knock for wisdom as you lead God's people, and trust, obey the prompting of the Holy Spirit, and you will even find peace during the storm. Let's pray. Thank you, God, for the leaders, for the administrators, for the staff of Goochland County. And I pray and ask for your wisdom to lead them in all the difficult decisions they have to make for the people of Goochland County. In your name, Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Please be seated. Tonight, we're proud to recognize the 7th reaccreditation of the Goochland County Sheriff's Office through the Virginia Law Enforcement Professional Standards Committee. Making the presentation today will be Todd Klingenpil, Program Manager for the Virginia Center for Accreditation. Thank you, Mr. Klingenpil.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for having us here today. We're very happy to be here. We're here on behalf of Terrence Cole, who's the Secretary of the Commonwealth, and Jackson Miller, who is the Director of DCJS. Also present with me today is Taylor Fisher. She's our Accreditation Coordinator. And Harvey Powers is also here. He is our Director of our division at DCJS. On March 25th, we sent a team of 3 highly trained assessors to your Goochland County Sheriff's Office for their reaccreditation. That team went and looked at every aspect of your sheriff's office. Not only did they get into their files, they interviewed employees, they interviewed citizens, they went into the administrative part of it, they went into the personnel part of it, the training part of it, and all aspects of the agency. They came out and they discussed that with the commission and with the program team. And when they went there, I want you to think about this. They looked at 192 specific standards with your sheriff's office. Inside those 192 specific standards are 570 individual items that your sheriff's office had to meet to seek their reaccreditation. In the Commonwealth, there's only 110 agencies that are accredited, and those out of nearly 400 that are eligible. So that says a lot. And your sheriff's office has been accredited since 1999, one of the first agencies in the Commonwealth to become accredited. That's something for you all to be proud of as a board and as your citizens. You think about that, 1999. They've had people look through every aspect of their sheriff's office 7 times and come out with a glowing response. That team, when they were there, They had several things to say about the agency as well as about the community. They said the agency was professional, highly knowledgeable, excellent. They were excellent representatives of the county and also excellent representatives of their community. They said that every appointee reflected the mission that the sheriff had for them. They said that there was a strong commitment throughout the agency for excellence. They said it was an exemplary organization. They said they were well led and that they were led top to bottom, and their commitment was nothing more than the best they could do for their community. I spoke to the lead assessor this morning on the telephone, and I asked her to come up here with us, and she said she was unable to do so. But she said out of all of her years of being an assessor, and she's been an assessor since this program began, this was the finest on-site assessment that she has ever led. Sheriff Creasy, would you please come forward? Here, good, Taylor. Can you give that to Sheriff Creasy? Sheriff Creasy, on behalf of the Vallepsy Commission, I would like to award you with your 7th award for reaccreditation, and thank you for all that you do for this program, your community, and the Commonwealth of Virginia law enforcement. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Just a quick few things is, one, if the accreditation team can come up. And Mike as well. I saw you hiding over there. I just want to say, thank you for coming out here. We appreciate everything y'all do for law enforcement, not just here in Goochland, but also in the entire Commonwealth of Virginia. What y'all do is great, and I hope you continue to do it. So thank you very much for being here. But I also want to say this award, even though it was just presented to me, this is not my award at all. This is not just a Goochland County Sheriff's Office award. This is the Goochland County award for it, because we could not do this if we did not have the support of the citizens of the Commonwealth, or of Goochland County. Also, the support that you give us as a board and the support we received from the prior board. We could not be where we are today. And I can tell you, even though sometimes I'm the face of the organization, these guys to my right, Joe in the back, and all the other deputies and dispatchers, they're the heavy lifters. They're the ones who deserve this credit more than anybody. So thank each one of you for doing what you do each and every day. So thank you. And that is all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sheriff Creasy and Mr. Klingenpeel and your entire team. We appreciate that very much. And Sheriff Creasy, we acknowledge that it's your team that makes you look pretty, not you. Thank you all very much. Tonight we have one proclamation designating July as Parks and Recreation Month. Receiving the proclamation on behalf of our Parks and Recreation team will be Director Tom Koch.
Yeah, come on down.
Whereas Goochland County's parks and recreation facilities and the department's personnel are an integral part of our community, and whereas our Parks and Recreation Department promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people in our community, and whereas the department facilitates and promotes time spent engaged in physical activity, which positively impacts mental and physical health, And whereas the department's facilities provide space for a variety of sports, walking trails, mountain biking trails, dog parks, skateboarding, disc golf, pickleball, playgrounds, cultural and arts programs, blacksmithing, and many other activities designed to encourage active and engaged lifestyles. And whereas the department's growing programming, such as out-of-school time programming, youth sports, and enrichment opportunities, support childhood development through interpersonal engagement and team play. And whereas the department's work and facilities contribute positively to Goochland's economic prosperity. And whereas our county's parks and nature areas provide a place for individuals and groups to connect with the outdoors. And whereas Goochland County Parks and Recreation has provided services for over 5,000 program registrants and over 400,000 visitors during fiscal year 2024. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas Goochland County is proud to recognize the many benefits derived from the work of our department staff and from our community's access to the facilities operated by our Parks and Recreation Department. Now therefore be it resolved by the Goochland County Board of Supervisors that July is recognized as Parks and Recreation Month in Goochland County.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Can I have a
Mr. Chairman?
motion?
I move that the board approve the proclamation designating July as Parks and Recreation Month.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you. I promise I won't need the timer. Lisa. I just wanted to say thank you, Chairman, and the members of the board for your unanimous support in declaring July as Parks and Recreation Month. Your recognition underscores the importance of parks and recreation programs in fostering community, well-being, health, and happiness. This designation not only celebrates our beautiful parks, but also encourages all residents to take advantage of the diverse recreation opportunities we offer. We all deeply appreciate your commitment to enhancing the quality of life in Goochland County, and I especially want to thank, similar to Sheriff Creasy, my staff, all the hard work they put in. Again, sometimes I feel just like him as the face of the department, but truthfully, we wouldn't be able to pull off all these wonderful programs and services and facilities without them, and all the partnerships we have in the county, multiple organizations, youth, seniors. I mean, we have a lot of folks that we coordinate with to offer everything we do. So thank you for your continued support.
Thank you, and for all the work that the Parks and Recreation team does. We will now move. Oh.
You got all dressed up.
We will now move on to chair's comments. I will keep them brief. It's great to see so many citizens here for a summer meeting. And while it is the summer, our activity is, I would say the flow of activity is brisk. It has been, it is a healthy agenda, and we have a lot going on with our staff and all parts of Goochland County throughout the summer. And so thank you for your interest in our what we're doing, and please continue to provide commentary, especially as we have a number of projects throughout the county involving construction and various road work and things of that nature. I know it's there. The progress for the future can sometimes be a little annoying, but it is for the right causes. Thank you. And I'll pass it on to Deputy County Administrator Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm subbing in for County Administrator Carpenter this evening. I wanted to pass along a couple remarks about activities within the community. First of all, we and the farmers can all thank the rain that has fallen the last few days for the July 4th fireworks that are also going to proceed. So we're still on for those to go. All citizens, please keep an eye out for any reports, just in case there are changes. But at the moment, fireworks are all on. So again, thanks for the rain. Let's have more of it. It's a great day in Goochland County. Tomorrow, however, as great as it will be closed. So county offices and convenience centers are all closed. Coming up soon at the end of the month, we have July 4th, thank you. It's a great day today. On the 4th, we'll be closed. Thank you. Coming up at the end of the month, Parks and Recreation is happy to host again an additional event at night at Tucker Park. So on July 26th, please plan to attend. We'll have, in addition to a great band with Exit 38, promises to be a fun night. We'll have several food trucks and be ready for, again, hosting good folks at a fun park over the summer. We'll close up part of our summer with National Night Out, which is always a very important event in the Goochland community. On August 6th, on Courthouse Green, we'll have National Night Out for Goochland County here in the courthouse. That's also the board meeting night, and so the board meeting will start at 7 p.m. that evening. I also want to welcome additional personnel that are on deck or have recently been brought on board, and the public safety agencies, Parks and Recreation, and the animal shelter. Big moves with the board support through the budget through this past year. Thanks to that, we're growing our family, and we're growing within our family. So thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Gillespie. We will now move on to request to postpone agenda items and additions, deletions, or changes in the order of presentation. I will note that we have a request to defer the agenda item for Sydney and Sydney to the August 6th board meeting. That formal motion will take place tonight, but I am making you aware of that. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda for tonight?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Ryan?
I'm not sure, under reports, how extensive is the broadband report going to be? I labored through my black and white version, and I was having trouble getting the shades of gray. And I don't know if Mr. Drumright is going to be presenting or if this is all readership.
Mr. Drumright?
I mean,
Yes.
I don't know if we're there yet. I was just asking if,
No, we can at least address that question.
okay, thank you, sir.
I'm happy to answer any questions, but I did not have a formal presentation for you, but more than happy to give you a brief presentation if you'd like.
How about in the essence, we'll catch up.
Yeah, sounds
I
good.
just didn't know.
There we go.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Love.
Yes, thanks.
Any additions or deletions? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to the citizen comment period. Citizens are reminded that comments, reports are after the citizen comments, you're fine. Citizens are reminded that comments should be about items not covered by the public meetings being held later tonight. Comments should be respectful and no more than 3 minutes of length. Should multiple citizens wish to have a common speaker, they may cede their time in 2-minute increments up to the allotted 10-minute time limit. Per the board's Rules of Procedure, Section 3.2, a reasonable period of time intended to not be more than an hour is allocated for citizens' comment period. With that, I will open up the citizen comment period, and please come to the mic and state your name and your address for the record.
Linda Moore, 2164 Prophet Road, Mannequin-Sappet, District 4. On the 11th of December, a new group was formed called the Community Planning Committee, or CPC. We have identified the root cause, which is the Board of Supervisors approving land use and zoning without having access to accurate and necessary information from the planning department. This needs to be changed to focus on public safety. Currently, there are 2 planning tools that are not being used. One is the pre-application development process, which I have sent you all. And the other one is the pre-application checklist. This is what the developers are required to submit to the planning staff. When the planning staff reports leaves out accurate and necessary information from the development review meeting, public safety is being put at risk. The primary goal of our group is to ensure that the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors have accurate and necessary information to make informed, thoughtful, transparent, and responsible decisions. Priority needs to be addressed in real time. That means preparing a concise presentation for the Planning Commission public hearings. It needs to focus on that. I'm going to fast forward because my time is running out. A traffic impact analysis, or a TIA, is not the same as a road safety study. The TIA is done by the applicant and the developer. A road study is done by VDOT. Knowing the difference means all the difference in the world. So I'm asking you to keep that in mind as you, tonight, you will be voting on access management to understand what a TIA is versus a road safety. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Hello, my name is Marjorie Mayo. I live in District 1.
I just wanted you to see, you'll advance with this right here.
Okay.
This one right here, okay.
I want to talk about some road concerns that I've had for a long time. These have been discussed with the VDOT representative before. I see he's here tonight, this afternoon, and I want to bring them up again because traffic has increased just so much since the last time these items were addressed and nothing was done about them. So,
Mrs. Mayor, you can move that mic to, I don't want you
Okay.
to have to tilt your head if unnecessary.
it's not, yeah, it's not working.
Which laptop is it? Is it this one or yours?
I'll switch the screen that's over there. Just use the arrow.
I hope my time's not running out.
No, we'll adjust it.
Now give it a try.
Here we go. The first one is Haydensville Village. See, I drive these roads because I live in District 1 all the time. Haydensville Village is quite busy. As you can see by the map here, you have multiple businesses, Duke's Auto, Demore's Market, Haydensville Store, and then now you have Dollar General. You have traffic going out and coming in from I-64. It's the main thoroughfare there. The speed limit is 55. You have Old Fredericksburg Road coming out on 250 from both directions. Then down there beyond Duke's Auto, you have another crossroads right where Demore's Market is. And it's just a very awkward intersection. And I feel like the speed limit should be reduced to 45 through there. So those are the concerns that I've listed and I just talked about. Then we have George's Tavern. Pretty much the same thing. Speed limit's 55 on Route 6. You have all these businesses there, the two grocery stores or mini markets with gas stations. You have Hilltop Diesel. You have traffic coming in and out on Haydensville Fife Road from Bird School. There's traffic constantly coming and going there. The Fife Firehouse. You have the intersection of Route 45. I've just seen traffic increase so much through these areas, and I just feel like the speed limit is 55 is just too fast. And I relate that to Crozier, because Crozier on Route 6 is 45. And I don't think the traffic is near as, the businesses, you don't have the businesses you do that you have in Fife or George's Tavern in Haydensville. Then on Community House Road, I want to address where that little red X is. I think that's what I'm looking at. Let's see. There's no posted speed limit on Community House. It's 55, and I think it should be 45. There's no center lines. The road is no shoulders, very curvy, hilly. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. Okay. The intersection of Lowry Road and Community House Road, there's a huge blind spot when people are turning left coming from the east going west. Down there at Matthews and Community House Road, where the bridges are, which old timers call Three Creeks, the bridges are very narrow. That road needs to have a speed limit on it of 45. And then on Whitehall Road, and thank you very much for having that section paved from Chapel Hill out to Haydensville, Fife. But when is that bridge that crosses Whitehall Creek ever going to be fixed? The dip in that bridge is terrible. There's no warning sign. You really have to brake hard, or you're going to, knock your alignment out every time you hit that dip. So those are my concerns, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. Mayo.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandy Brindley, and I am a director with the Monacan Soil and Water District. I'm here with my esteemed colleague, Sebastian Volker, who is also a director. Our other directors send their regrets that they cannot be here as well. And we also have our fabulous district manager, Keith Burgess. I just wanted to take an opportunity. We are working to do a better job of introducing ourselves to elected officials and the communities that we serve. And we have a really great plan going forward, and just wanted to introduce myself. But I also wanted at this moment to take a bit of a second to correct something that we saw in the information that Mr. Lyle provided in the agricultural summary today. So if I can just read this quick statement. For the 2024 Virginia Agricultural Cost Share Program year ending June 30th, to say $1,039,000 for the implementation of agricultural best management practices has been distributed is not correct. To clarify Mr. Lyle's statement, Monacan has received $1,039,000 in obligations to producers for the VAX program for the fiscal year 2024. However, this number is not taking into account funds for projects that have been continued from previous years and projects that have yet to be completed, as they will need to be continued throughout next year. In addition, if a project ends up not going forward, those funds from that money are sent back to the state. I also think it is important to make it clear that the VAX funds that are received are direct payments to the producers and do not provide funds to the Monacan District for operating expenses. Our annual report later this year will provide additional information on these practices and current VAX contracts. And if you do have any information, I know Keith and Colton and Lissy, our phenomenal staff, are going to make themselves available, as well as all of the directors and associate directors. And I have my cards here, so I can leave them for you. Thank you for giving me a moment.
Thank you. Bless you. Any other citizens? Okay. Seeing none, I will now close the floor. Members of the board, you have in front of you the minutes from the June 4th regular Board of Supervisors meeting. Do I have a motion to approve them?
Motion to approve is presented.
Do I have a second? Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you. We will now move on to reports. I will now ask Mr. Marshall Wynn to present the VDOT report to the board. All other reports are included in your packet. Mr. Wynn, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Gillespie, Marshall Wynn with VDOT. Before I get started, any way you can send me that slide deck? Yes, I'll email it to you. Yeah, I need to get a contact number for you too, if that's okay. All right, this past month, we had 135 work orders, completed 158. Had 6 call-outs, after-hour call-outs. Been doing regular maintenance activities, pothole and asphalt repairs, ditching, shoulder repairs, tree and brush and pruning the trees and cleanup. Litter pickup, we completed our second cycle of primary mow and completed the first cycle of secondary mow. Other than that, I don't have anything else, now unless y'all have some questions.
Mr. Christie.
Regarding Ms. Mayo's complaints and concerns of the Haydensville, George's Tavern area, what authority do we have as a board to address those?
I don't think you have any. We've already done speed studies on those 2 areas in the past.
Do we have dates for those speed studies?
I can get them and forward them on to you.
Okay.
I know we've looked at both of those in the past, and it didn't warrant a speed reduction.
Gotcha.
So
Was there ever a speed study on the Community House Road?
I doubt that.
Okay.
I doubt that. That's why I want that slide deck so I can look at those items.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to say thank you for the work you're doing on Hockett Road. I encountered a little detour there, but that's because you're putting in some drainage pipes, and that's always happy news, so thank you for that. And I had asked earlier, and I'm not sure if it was in written or conversation, but on Blair and Pagebrook, we've got some water sheeting that goes on during heavy downpours, and I know
Yeah.
you've been doing some ditch work. Is that one of the details in here that I may have missed?
No, it's not on there, but that's scheduled to be done, especially Blair Road.
And
Blair Road has been an issue for quite a long time. It's flat,
yes,
and there's only 1 or 2 cross pipes in there that goes to the west. So that,
scheduled for this summer? Or?
Yes,
Okay,
this summer.
all right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Wynn, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Do any board members wish to report on any regional boards that they're serving on? No? Okay. Thank you. I'll now ask Mr. Gillespie to summarize the items on the consent agenda, and then we'll seek a motion either as a group or taken individually. Mr. Gillespie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tonight, we have 6 items for consideration on the consent agenda. Item 1 is item 6110. This is a request to set a public hearing for August 6, 2024, to consider an ordinance amending County Code Section 14251, which is the Tuckahoe Creek Service District section of code, to revise the parcel removal criteria. Item number 2 is item numbered 6109. This is a request to set a public hearing for August 6, 2024, to consider an ordinance amending County Code Section 14251, the Tuckahoe Creek Service District section of code, to include within the service district a parcel located at 12693 Pamela Lane, identified as tax map number 483G20. Third item is item 6102. This is a resolution amending the fiscal year 2024 Goochland County budget by budgeting and appropriating $66,572 in the school operating fund. The fourth item on consent is item 6100. It's a resolution requesting the Virginia Department of Transportation accept Mosaic at West Creek, Section 5 subdivision streets into the secondary system of state highways for maintenance. The fifth item on consent is item 6101, authorization for county administrator to execute an agreement with the Virginia Department of Transportation, VDOT, for pedestrian facilities outside the right-of-way, also in Mosaic at West Creek, Section 5. And the sixth item on the consent agenda is item 6099, and this is a resolution supporting smart-scale applications for transportation project funding. Materials relating to all these items are in your packet.
Thank you, Mr. Gillespie. Any questions or comments from the board? Do I have a motion?
I move to approve all the items on the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No? Okay. Thank you very much. We are now moving on to new business. This afternoon, we have two appointments to make to the Board of Zoning Appeals. First, we have the nomination of Mr. Justin Lacey to the position of member of the Board of Appeals. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No? Okay. Thank you. Next, we have the nomination of Donald McDonald to the Board of Zoning Appeals as an alternate. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. Okay. The third is the appointment of Dwayne Cosby, Planning Commissioner for District 5, to the Plan RVA Commission for a 2-year term effective July 2nd, 2024, and ending on June 30th, 2026. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? No? Seeing none. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No? Okay. Thank you very much. We will now break until the 6 p.m. public hearing and this evening's board meeting. We will now reconvene the July 2nd meeting of the Goochland County Board of Supervisors. We will now open the floor for citizen comments. Citizens are reminded that comments should be about items not covered by the public hearings being held later tonight. Comments should be respectful and no more than 3 minutes in length. Should multiple citizens wish to have a common speaker, they may cede their time in 2-minute increments up to a total allotted time of 10 minutes. And I just will note, if you're going to cede time, please come up to the mic with the speaker you've chosen. Per the board's rules of procedures, section 3.2, quote, "A reasonable period of time intended to not be more than an hour is allocated for citizens' comment period." I will now open the period. Okay. Anyone going once? Okay. Seeing none, I will now close the floor. We'll now move to public hearings. The board has received a request to defer the Sydney and Sydney application, item number 1 on the agenda, to its August 6th meeting. May I have a motion?
I move that the board defer consideration of RZ 2024-0001 for 55.414 acres on tax map number 4326-010, 4326-020, 4326-030, 4326-040, 4326-050, and 4326-060 from agricultural limited A2 to residential limited R1 with proper conditions to our meeting in August.
Do I have a second? Mr. Christie? Okay. Any discussion? Okay. Can we get a roll call vote? Mr. Gillespie? Oh, Mr. Christie. Mr. Christie? No, vote.
Yes.
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 Yes?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Viscavovitz. Okay, moving on to item 2. Regarding repealing Goochland County Code, Chapter 5, Stormwater Management and Erosion and Sediment Control in its entirety, and replacing with Chapter 5, Erosion and Stormwater Management Program, to update the county's ordinance with new state laws and regulations, and amending Appendix C to the county code, fee schedule, to combine stormwater management and erosion and sediment control permit fees and revise permit names consistent with the new ordinance. Miss Jamie Cherry, I'm sorry, I had another name on my list, will present.
Good evening, Mr. Butters, members of the board, Mr. Gillespie. I'm Jamie Sherry, Director of Community Development. Whew. Our first public hearing this evening is for a countywide ordinance amendment. The amendment would repeal and replace Chapter 5 of the Goochland County Code, Stormwater Management and Erosion and Sediment Control, in its entirety, and replace it with an ordinance that's in accordance with new state laws and regulations. This amendment is a result of the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality mandating that the erosion and sediment control regulations be combined with the stormwater management regulations. There are no substantive changes to these regulations. Implementation of the new regulation is required as of July 1, 2024, and yes, today is July 2nd. Had any applications been submitted, the new process would have been followed per state code mandate. Staff drafted this ordinance based on the Virginia DEQ model ordinance. There are no changes to the program requirements. The current ordinance requires land disturbance permit and stormwater permits be applied for separately, reviewed separately, and issued separately. Now there is only one application and process. This amendment also proposes changes to the fee schedule. The new fees simply combine the two programs into one fee, so there is no increase of fees associated with this change. A community meeting was held on June 12th on this amendment, and no concerns were raised. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Staff is also here to assist in any questions answering.
Supervisors, any questions? Seeing no questions from the dais, I will open the floor to public comments. Okay. Oh, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Louise Thompson. I live at 1930 Soldiers Lodge Road. Thank you for letting me speak. I wasn't intending to speak on this topic, but I just wanted to give you my comment. I'm working with 3 different neighborhoods right now to work the homeowners associations through this process of the inspections, the fees, the forms, and that kind of thing. I want to commend Emily Langridge for being so helpful on this. But it is a huge task for people who are not engineers and not soil scientists and everything else to go through this. And we're asking homeowners associations, the boards, to monitor this program in coordination with the county. And it's a pretty daunting task. So I hope the staff is patient with future boards when they have to come through and pay fees. They're going to have to pay pretty substantial engineering fees to do these inspections, and that gets passed on to the homeowners. As a result, homeowners' dues raise, and everybody goes crazy. So just be patient in the years to come when this comes up from the homeowners associations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Any additional comments? Okay. Seeing none, I will now close the floor. Members of the board, do I have any other questions? And if not, do I have a motion? Mr. Spinholm?
Will there be discussion after?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I move the board adopt this ordinance amendment repealing and replacing Chapter 5 relating to stormwater management and road sediment control, and amending Appendix C to combine stormwater management and erosion and sediment control permit fees and revise permit names consistent with the new ordinance.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Now time for discussion.
Yes, so I just want to make sure I understand, Mrs. Thompson's comments made me think something has changed, but my understanding is these are how the program has continued to work, and this is just aligning with the state codes. We're not actually changing anything?
That's correct. There aren't substantive changes. The state combined the processes, but what the processes are and so forth are the same.
Okay, great. And what it sounds like is they've tried to streamline it, which is unusual for government, so we take advantage of it when we can. Thank you.
Since we have a motion and a second, any other discussion? Since we have those two, Ms. Viscavas, would you take the roll, please?
Mr. Lowe?
Yes.
Mr. Spinhow?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Mr. Christie?
Yes.
Mr. Rogers?
Yes. Okay. We will now move to item 3 on our public hearing agenda. Ordinance amending Goochland County Code Section 13-10.5, the exemption for farm animals, agricultural products, farm machinery, farm implements, and equipment to update the personal property tax exemption categories for farm vehicles consistent with state law updates enacted by the 2023 Virginia General Assembly. Ms. Tara McGee will present.
Yes, members of the board and the public, while this was adopted in the General Assembly in 2023, its effective date is July of 2024. We bring it forward at the request of the Commissioner of Revenue and with her recommendation for approval. It just has to do with, again, a state law change that changed the placard requirement for farm vehicles, and we need to change our ordinance to comport. The Commissioner of Revenue has said that this would not have an impact on taxes. The vehicles that comply with this in the past have the opportunity to continue to comply, so it would be no change to revenue. It's a mere language change to comply with state law.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Okay. Seeing none, I will now open the floor for public comments. Okay. Seeing no public comments, I will now close the floor. Members of the board, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the board adopt this ordinance amending County Code Section 3-10.5 10.5 to update the county's personal property tax exemption for farm vehicles.
Second.
Second, discussion from the board? Okay. Seeing none. Ms. Viskevovitz, would you take the roll call?
Mr. Winfrey? Mr. Spanghauer?
Well,
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Lau?
yes.
Mr. Christie?
Yes.
Mr. Bonus?
Yes. Thank you. Ms. B, I'm sorry. We will now move to item 4 on our public hearing agenda. ZOA-2023-3, Amendment to Zoning Ordinance, County Code Chapter 15, and amendment to Subdivision Ordinance, County Code Appendix B, to improve access management and update road standards. Mr. Ray Cash will present.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Again, for the record, my name is Ray Cash, Assistant Director of Community Development, and hello, Mr. Gillespie. This is something that I've visited you a couple times over as we've been through several public hearings for this, but hopefully we've moved it forward, been able to respond to people. I'll do a quick run through of what the ordinance changes, really won't do a deep dive unless asked to do so. So why do we start this? Why do we need the need for changes? Well, part of it, with everything that we should do, we should promote public safety and convenience. We want to provide consistency between our planned roads that are in our thoroughfare plan or other plans, and also our ordinance, protect improvements from future road expansion, encourage better road maintenance, and remove some outdated requirements. So I'll go through these different slides to kind of highlight some of the things that have taken place in the proposal. We want to revise our road classifications. We want it to be consistent with our major thoroughfare plan, the original ordinance. There was a discrepancy in what roads were classified or called. That affects our right-of-way dedication and other design standards as we have them within the ordinance. We want to revise certain access management standards to match our practice, update commercial drive standards to meet the fire code, and update our transportation impact analysis standards as well. So one of the things that we've added to this ordinance was really to define and create a term called ultimate right-of-way. So basically, ultimate right-of-way is the right-of-way that's based upon our major thoroughfare plan, approved road construction plans, VDOT's road or standards, and any existing dedications that have occurred. So for a subdivision that's recorded, the ultimate right-of-way, for instance, is based upon what's recorded with the plat. What does this do? It aids in our road and development planning, right-of-way dedication. That's how we can clearly tell people this is how much right-of-way is expected to be developed at the time when they come through zoning and through development. We also want to require the setbacks from the ultimate right-of-way. Part of that is you want to make sure that building and improvements and the like don't get within the future right-of-way. That protects people's property. And also, you don't want setbacks to be too close. It allows for future road construction without damaging what people invest in or the improvements they do. Another change was matching a long-term board policy of requiring 100-foot buffers along high-volume roads through residential development. Originally, for collectors and arterials, both the board's expectations and the policy had been about a 100-foot buffer. But the proposal was to say, we'll codify that provision, and we'll have a 100-foot buffer along arterial roads and 50-foot buffers along collector roads. So through this amendment, the expectation is that roads are to be public, to go into the VDOT system for maintenance. Roads and subdivisions of minor subdivisions of no more than 4 lots and family subdivisions of no more than 6 can be private. We've also provided that townhouse developments, multifamily, or mixed-use developments for roads that do not provide general circulation, they could also be private. For any of the public roads requirements, we've also placed the exception that the board, through the zoning process, could grant an exception that a road could be private rather than public. So for road design, there was some confusion really in our subdivision ordinance about what exact standards were required for different roads. We would always provide that 2 lots can have a shared drive. There's really no standards for that in the code. For 3 to 4 lot developments, the expectation is they would meet fire code standards, and it's usually a certain amount of gravel, 20 feet wide, and different regulations occur through different circumstances. Subdivision alleys, Those is something that really were discouraged previously in the ordinance, but it's a great development tool. They're used in a lot of townhouse and small lot development. What we want to do is at least provide for those, and they can be approved through the tentative plat process. For road design generally, for subdivision roads, meaning 5 or more lots, that's a major subdivision, should expect to be public, as we said. We changed some standards regarding curb and gutter that were really confusing within the code, and it really comes down to where the average lot frontage is less than 100 feet. We also put in a provision really for high-volume subdivision roads or long subdivision roads or things that we expect that the vehicle traffic per day would exceed 2,000 vehicles per day. We wanted to promote what people refer to as a spine road. It's really a no-lot frontage road. What this does is create less conflict, people backing out of their driveways onto a road. We encourage lot buffering. It creates better alternative connections between developments, keeps people off of the corridors. You can travel from neighborhood to neighborhood. So we think this is a really good means of ensuring public safety as well. So as part of the establishment of new public road design standards, part of this consideration was the original desire to not have every lot and a lot of developments have fire lane signs all around them. We wanted to encourage the people to be able to park on the street. Part of these design standards may require a little bit wider right-of-way than was previously expected, but in exchange, we're able to do those things. The expectation also is that sidewalks will be within right-of-way. We did provide specific figures in the zoning ordinance related to different areas to include road, alley, and intersection details. Here's an example for those. I wouldn't try to read it on the screen, but really is an idea is we wanted to make sure that the expectation is there. We also shared it with the community, VDOT, and benchmark other localities. So way back in November of last year, the Planning Commission did hold a public hearing on this. There was voted with approval of 5-0. No one spoke at the hearing. However, part of the way the process had gone forward, the development community felt like they'd like to have a little bit more time to speak with staff. We, of course, after that, we did meet with them. We responded to the 3 emails that we received as well. We provided responses back to the development community. We met, and a lot of the concerns that came up, a lot of it was clarifying, well, that's already a standard, and we're trying to fix that, or answering questions. They work with us wonderfully. So since the PC, a lot of things have changed. I'll give a quick little sort of idea of some of the bigger things. We did revise the arterial and collector buffers. We also allowed for a certain amount of easement encroachment into the buffers by right that prevents damage, allows for especially public utilities to have an opportunity to come back and add a line into place. Provide for exception for the Board of Supervisors to, of course, the buffers. We updated our TIA requirements to include an option for us to evaluate at the POD stage based upon data if things have changed dramatically. We updated our typical road sections for those figures. We also provided now, as we talked about before, updated road requirements for 3 to 4 lot subdivisions, and then discussed them with the board. We want to provide an additional couple lot exception for family subdivisions. We set it, and the recommendation is 6. The other thing that's changed, and that's been back and forth several times as we've talked up here, is what's the proposal for left turn lanes for major subdivisions. Again, major subdivision is those are 5 lots or more. The proposal that's before you tonight is 10 or more lots would require, if they're on an arterial or collector road, would require left turn lanes be provided. Our previous discussions, we also talked about, what if somebody's already in the system? They're already actively developing their thing. They've been through a plan of development. Staff's given them some comments. Well, we put in a provision that the ordinance is effective immediately for everyone. However, if you have an active plan of development under review as of today, then you would be able to still continue under the existing ordinance. That's if they, what we consider active is if they've been before us in the last 6 months working a type thing. Otherwise, if the applicant chooses, they can still proceed under what you're adopting tonight. It may have a benefit to them certain ways, so we'd expect them to meet those standards. If they do so, they're probably going to have to come back and revise their plan of development, in the process. Staff, of course, is available for any questions, and we've talked about this a lot, and I appreciate the board and the commission and the development community working through with staff as we went through this process.
Thank you, Mr. Dash. Any questions from fellow supervisors?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cash, could we revisit slide 12? I just, under the left turn lanes, and we're using the word for major subdivisions of 10 or more lots. Are we changing the definition of major subdivision from 5 to 10?
No, it's just that the requirement only would kick in for turn lanes at 10, so major subdivisions 5 to 9.
Or major subdivision,
Right.
okay, thank
Yeah.
you. It was a grammar lesson.
No problem, it's.
Grammar lesson for me.
Yeah, I need
Thank you.
I'm not sure, right.
Thanks.
Any other questions, Mr. Cash? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cash. Seeing none, no more comments, I will now open the floor to public comments.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, supervisors, I'm George Mahoney. I live at 325 Wickham Glen Drive in the county. I'm a member of the Community Association for Wickham Glen. We filed written comments ahead of this meeting. I only want to underscore one thing. Our comments involve the proposed change for left turn lanes. And as we understand it, the requirement for the left turn lane that's on the books now became effective in 2020. And as we've noted in our comments, Goochland, along with New Kent County, has led the Richmond region in population growth since 2020. Our county's population grew 6% between 2020 and 2022, and it grew another 4% just last year. That's per a Times Dispatch article that I attached to our comments. With more and more people on our roads, the last thing we should be thinking about is a left turn ordinance change that will impact the safety of our citizens. More growth surely will follow, and we ask that the board consider not just present road conditions, but also what we can no doubt expect it will be further growth in the county over the next several years. Please do not make changes that will diminish road safety. The current 5-house ordinance should remain in place just as it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mahoney.
Good evening. My name is Mitchell Bodie, and I'm president of Boone Homes. Boone Homes' office is located at 62 Broad Street Road in Centerville. We've been a proud Goochland-based home building and development company for 36 years, over 36 years. Myself and other industry representatives have been discussing the access management and road design changes with county staff for over 8 months now. When the ordinance came before the board in March, we believed we had worked out a compromise with staff that got the county the desired outcome, which we were told was wider roadway widths to alleviate concerns related to street parking and blocking of emergency vehicles. The ordinance has now been deferred twice now due to the addition of turn lanes in excess of 5 lots, now 10. While it has been argued that the current ordinance already has this turn lane requirement or a requirement for an exception, there's absolutely no way that the cost of a turn lane can work on a development of a smaller scale than 20 lots. Even at 20 lots, the turn lane cost would still be tough to make work. In the local market update released at the end of May by Richmond Association of Realtors, Goochland County has a year-to-date single-home median sales price of $643,000 and an average sales price of $813,000. These costs far exceed the median and average sales prices in your neighboring counties, and the county is potentially passing an ordinance that would compound this issue. All the costs associated with roadway widening and turn lanes are ultimately passed on to the consumers and the county's residents. For the consumers, the cost will substantially increase the cost of new homes, making even more buyers unable to afford to buy new homes. For residents, the overall cost of homes will increase due to the lack of new supply, and thereby their real estate tax assessments will continue to increase. From the arguments that I've heard, all this is being done in the name of safety. While HBAR and the building community will always support providing safe communities, the overall costs of the requirements have to be considered. If safety were the only consideration for building and development, we would only be building homes out of concrete, steel, and commercial-grade glass, and very few people would be able to afford a new home. The industry supports this ordinance as it was proposed with a minimum for turn lanes of 20 lots unless it is warranted by a VDOT traffic study. I ask that you either pass the ordinance with this minimum requirement or find another solution that would keep the cost down, specifically during this time of the housing affordability crisis. Thank you.
Linda Moore, 2164 Prophet Road, Mannequin Sabbath. I am concerned with the different road classifications that we're talking about, a left-hand turn and being extended to, are we talking 20? Are we at 10? Or where are we with that left-hand turn only? I thought it was for primary roads like, Fairgrounds Road and other big major roads where there's lots of traffic coming, and I do understand that it's an additional cost, but we're talking about major roads, Fairgrounds Road, River Road, all those roads that have a massive amount of cars coming down them at an enormous speed that it's traveling down these roads. I don't think we're talking about these ones that are not major roads, are we? I mean, please explain it to me. The difference, between a collector road and what these different classifications of roads are, because I'm confused. And if I'm confused, so are a lot of other citizens about what this means. I just think that we need to look at the individual road rather than assigning a 10 or arbitrary amount that is required for it. I don't like house prices being any more than the rest of us, but I think saying that we really don't want a left-hand turn when I heard clearly over to the planning commission, one of the planners say that on Fairgrounds Road, if they take out that left-hand turn, it's going to create a real public safety issue. I'm asking you to keep it at 5. There's already exceptions that are in place for them to apply for. Thank you very much.
Thank you again for the opportunity to talk. Louise Thompson, 1930 Soldiers Lodge Road, and this I do have a concern for. I appreciate the work of staff. They've done a wonderful job, and the board. You've gone through this a number of times and given it careful consideration. I also appreciate, I'm a Goshen resident, and I appreciate Goshen staying rural, 8515. That's what everybody seems to want. Close the gate, don't let anybody else come in. And I appreciate the comprehensive study that's been done over the many months on this ordinance. Some of the changes will greatly impact existing large landowners, and that's what my concern is. Many parcels have been owned for generations and countless decades. I specifically addressed the right and left turn lane issue. There will be many cases where entrances don't have the required land to do a turn lane. They may meet all the other requirements, the site distance, the traffic counts, and all of that might be fine except for the acquisition of land to do a turn lane. It may not be possible. We've got lots of parcels that are large parcels, even 50, 100-acre parcels that have a small entranceway and small individual homeowners on either side of the road. They're not going to want to sell their land and give up their home site to build this person's turn lane. So that's an issue that's going to come up, I think, in many cases in the future. So the necessary land and easements may not be available from other surrounding parcels. I urge the board in the future to carefully consider the potential waivers of these restrictions that may arise in the future. Otherwise, the land values will continue to climb as less land becomes available, making home ownership even more unreachable. We all want moderate-priced houses, we all want affordable housing, and it won't be possible if we have a series of small lots, one large lot, with a very massive house on it. That's not creating affordability. It could easily reduce the land value of many current owners and create a county of small family parcels and a patchwork grid of homes. So when these waivers come up, you need to give them serious consideration because there are pros and cons to doing turn lanes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Any additional comments? Seeing none, I will now close the comments. Mr. Cash or any other staff, would you like to respond to anything you heard?
That's part of the change to the ordinance. We do recognize that to answer the different classifications of road, both our major thoroughfare plan as well as VDOT class have different classifications for different types of roads. Specifically, what is required for turn lanes is what they consider collector or arterial roads. Those are ones that collect neighborhood traffic or your major arterials such as 250. Fairgrounds Road is actually a minor arterial. Right. And so those are roads that are really the volume of traffic, and that's where the turn lane provisions are required. Local roads, there is a provision, but you got to get to past 40 lots for you to get to that, and that typically scenario wouldn't occur on a local road. As far as, the standards, I think we have shared with the board, that minor subdivisions, you think of our agriculture A1 properties, typically 4 lots or 5 lots. The ordinance currently, and would, unless we continue, for those minor subdivisions or small subdivisions, you could likely have turn lanes in some of our rural areas that would be required, but that would be an exception request for the board. Again, I do appreciate HBAR's comments as well, working with us. Staff did propose at one point 20 after discussion with them and an analysis for that, but then we've gone to 5 and 10, so again, this is if the board has questions specifically about any of the provisions in the ordinance or comments, I'd be happy to answer any more.
Can you, yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Cash, I think that might have, you lost me there.
Okay.
When you're speaking about the rural,
Mhm.
so I would imagine most of our rural areas, like in Mr. Christie, my district, a lot of those aren't going to be major roads, but in your example, you said you'd have 4 or 5, and you might require a turn lane, but I thought they were exempt because they weren't major arterials.
No, if you would consider 256, Haydensville, Fife, Cartersville, those are all ones that are classified as collectors or arterials accordingly for those. And so off of those roadways, which is typically where you have the large tracks, so that would be the 5, if a 5 lot, basically more than 4 comes in division, we would have to require the left turn lanes or for that. Right turn lanes apply for a major subdivision. So anytime that major subdivision clicks when you hit the 5, the left turn lane would be required. I think that's what they're referencing.
Any additional questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. It's been mentioned a couple of times, waivers under the 2020 ordinance that's in place now. Waivers are available through the discretion or the analysis of the board. Have waivers been granted under the current ordinance?
We have Austin's an expert on that part.
Yeah, for the record, Austin Goin, County Engineer. There have been 3 waiver requests before the board. One was ultimately withdrawn. The board did grant the other 2 left turn lane waivers, one for a 7-lot subdivision on Hermitage Road, and the other for a 15-lot industrial subdivision on Pony Farm Road. Those are the 2 waivers granted from 2020 to now.
So we're batting 1,000 on granting waivers where it makes sense. Would that be another way of putting it?
Of the 2 that were followed through, yes, the board did grant both.
Okay.
Members of the board, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion if it's appropriate.
I'm going to go to Mr. Spoonhour.
All right.
Okay. I move that we approve the access management and road standards as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion?
Yeah,
Mr. Lau?
Whoops, I didn't hear.
Mr. Lau?
Okay, thank you. As all of my colleagues are aware, this has been a topic of some discussion with me, and I am coming back to the safety issue. One, I did get to sit in the citizen seats and watch what I call 23 board enact the current ordinance, and safety was one of their concerns. And I certainly appreciate that everything has a cost. I mean, safety isn't free. But I'm just hesitant seeing us expand and really abdicate local decisioning to VDOT. I mean, if VDOT warrants, say, a left turn lane is required, then it would be required. Right now, what we have is we put decisioning back at the local level. This Board of Supervisors has put safety, left turn lanes at the top of the list. And yet we are able to grant waivers, which we just heard we have done twice when the two came before us. So I'm concerned that we're saying, VDOT, you decide for us. And just in today's transportation, the question was asked, well, how much influence do we have over things that VDOT has control over? And the answer was precious little. And this is an opportunity for us to keep that control here at the local level. And so I'm encouraged, I would like to see us keep it at 5. It seems to be working. Waivers are being granted when requested, and they make sense. So if Mr. Spoonhour and Mr. Winfrey would accept a friendly amendment, I would be happy to offer it that we keep the turn lanes at 5 as opposed to moving to 10.
You may offer it.
Well, I want to watch protocol because I haven't done this before, so I want to make sure I'm doing it properly. I mean, I believe I have to ask the maker of the motion if he would accept the amendment. If not, I won't trespass on his time.
Procedurally, Ms. McGee, or would there be a subsequent motion?
They can, if a friendly amendment were made, it would be approved by the maker and the seconder. However, Mr. Lyle has the right to make a motion to amend the pending motion, and that would then be subject to a second and a vote before you would go back to the original motion.
If the friendly amendment was made and the motion failed based on the amendment, would the entire ordinance then fail?
The amendment would fail.
I'm sorry. Ms.
So my question was, if the friendly amendment with the 5, the limit of 5 fails, or if the vote goes against that with that motion with the amendment friendly, the entire ordinance would fail, correct?
Yeah, the clearest way to go forward is to have a separate motion to amend and see whether or not that passes.
Yeah.
Because that leaves the underlying original motion still present if an amendment motion has
Because
failed.
if we voted on it otherwise, it's all together now, we kill the whole motion.
Mr. Lau, if you want to do so, you may make an amendment.
Well, thank you. And I really do appreciate the working relationship we have as this board. So I would prefer to just ask if he would accept the friendly amendment. If he doesn't, then we'll proceed without the friendly amendment. I want to keep it friendly.
Sure. So I'm not going to do a friendly amendment, and I'm happy to explain why.
Okay.
This is interesting because you have folks saying that we're not doing enough, and some folks saying we're doing too much, and we can't seem to find the porridge is too hot, the porridge is too cold kind of thing. But I don't see us advocating any authority whatsoever. We have the ability to decline any case that we don't see as safe. And in my opinion, what we have been signaling to the development community, while I hear our citizens loud and clear that we want to keep it rural, they're fine with it's extremely expensive house prices because they're already here. And that's what I get told. I don't like it, but that's what I'm told. So they're fine with the increase of cost. But at some point, I've got to think more than the next 5 years. I've got to think 15, 20 years down the road when developers don't want to do anything in Goochland County because we've made it so restrictive. So had I not felt like we didn't have the tools at our ready, which is we could decline any case that becomes before us that we don't see as safe. So I don't see that as advocating at all. And I also signal to our partners in the development community that we're willing to work and say that, you know, this is a good place to do business. On top of that, and it's probably no secret, I was not a fan of this ordinance at all. The widening of the roads, I think, is a big deal, and it's going to add more cost. So there's a lot in this ordinance that I was not in supportive of at the beginning, but having gone through this process, I've come to appreciate where we've landed.
Thank you, Mr. Spoonhour.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Spoonhour, it's my understanding we still retain the right to do a waiver or variance.
Correct. Applicants will have the right to do it.
Applicants can ask for it, and it is the board's power to grant it.
Approve it.
Yes.
Under the proper conditions and so forth, so.
That is true, although I do believe that, I believe when you put something on paper or in a comp plan, it carries more weight. So I feel like this is a good compromise.
Considering that this only applies to heavily traveled roads, if we were to keep it at 5, would we not be incentivizing the overdevelopment on the less traveled roads that can't handle the traffic?
What I think you're gonna get, Mr. Christie, is you're gonna have people not wanting to do subdivisions on roads like Whitehall Road, you're gonna have 5 driveways instead of 1. That's what I think is gonna happen.
Right.
Because they're not gonna be, we're disincenting subdivisions, especially in the rural areas. If you go down Whitehall Road now, you see shared which we're talking about shared driveways, you're seeing, rather than having one way in and out, you're seeing several, which I think is, I don't think is I don't think it's safe, and I don't think it's as good of a product as we want.
And I will comment that I do not feel that this is by any means, an abdication of our authority to, as a county, to VDOT. And just to clarify what Mr. Spoonhour said, because I think he said advocating when he meant abdicating. I just want to make sure, because that would mean the opposite of what he was trying to say. And that might have just been accent or something else, but I just wanted to make sure it was clarified, because he made his point very clear, and I didn't want it to be misconstrued. No, I didn't want it to be misconstrued, because the rest of the point was awesome. But I just didn't want it to be misconstrued. And I do believe this has come about not with any sort of, certainly no rush, and certainly no lack of deliberation. This is absolutely something that has brought together a lot of thought, a lot of opinion, a lot of discussion and negotiation, and with a considerable amount of openness and willingness from multiple parties to contribute and opine. So I do support the current motion that has a second, and see if there's any other discussion.
Mr. President, I did want to bring up, you raised an excellent point as well, and I want to talk, Mr. Mahoney mentioned our growth, and, you know, when you sit up here and we put these things, and again, words matter, these are laws, but as you could see, I think we have some of this growth because of the work this board does. The board doesn't pigeonhole itself, so if we do something and there are unintended consequences, it can always be undone. There's nothing that we're doing that can't be changed. We think that it's going to be a forever solution, but oftentimes, and even in my short 4.5 years, we've reversed things that we got wrong. But I feel like there's been a lot of study and effort and collaboration that's gotten into this, that we're in a good place.
Since we're ping-ponging, I will add one more thing. This is, the more I've slept on this issue, and the more discussions I've had, the more I've realized, I think nothing fits the statement Goochland is unique quite like this proposal. Is we are going to see waivers inevitably. We are going to deliberate on future cases inevitably. That is just the nature of being a unique county and fits our tagline, or at least our adopted tagline, very, very well. We are just trying to give some guidance that works with a broader community and gives a better outline of what is needed to do business, conduct business and work with Goochland County. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, you can't let this go without saying how much I appreciate this exchange and this board, and I think one of the strengths is that we have a variety of perspectives and input. And I don't quote scripture well because I get it wrong oftentimes, but out of many comes wisdom. And so when we have a collective decisioning process as opposed to just a single, I think none of the decisions are going to be perfect, but I think that there is something to be said for majority rule. I am, as currently, I guess I'm tipping my hand, I will be voting against this, and it will appear I'm against the whole shooting match, but I sincerely believe that what we have now really does work. It has the waiver opportunities. It provides us, I think, that local decisioning on safety issues. And so I would not want my nay vote to be misconstrued as I think this is not something with many good points to it. And staff, Mr. Cash, there he is. This has been a labor of love. I think elephants stay pregnant for 22 months. This is going on 24. So this really has a very slow evolution, and I so appreciate it. And I've watched it from those seats as well as now having the opportunity up here. So my fellow board members, thank you very much for the comments you've shared. I think we're going to politely agree to disagree without being disagreeable. But I really do think that the current 5 requirement serves this county well, and thank you for the opportunity to share those thoughts.
Any additional discussion? Mr. Winfrey?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to add to what you were saying. And Ms. Thompson mentioned that, we have a goal to remain rural and agrarian, 85-15. To me, this is a compromise. It doesn't send the signal that we're against the development community, but it does send a signal that we're not opening up the floodgates. And so I think it's a good compromise. And I know, Mr. Cash, you are glad to see the birth of that elephant.
Yeah, been a rough labor.
Not with any partisan. Okay. Any additional discussion from this dais before we go crazy? Okay. Having a motion and a second, Ms. Biskevitz, would you please take the roll?
Mr. Spainhour?
Yes.
Mr. Christie?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Mr. Lau?
No.
Mr. Bottoms?
Yes. Okay. Thank you all. We will now move to item 5 on our public agenda hearing, public hearing agenda. This is a District 1 item, CU 2024-9, application by Atlantic Tower LLC requesting a conditional use permit, also known as a CUP, for telecommunication tower on 25.66 acres on Cartersville Road, approximately 1/2 mile south of its intersection with St. Paul's Church Road on tax map number 38-1-0-99-0. The property is zoned agricultural general, A1. The CUP is required by County Zoning Ordinance Section 15-102 in accordance with Section 15-288.b. The comprehensive plan designates this area as rural enhancement area. Ms. Jamie Sherry will present this case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Jamie Sherry, Director of Community Development. Excuse me. Our next public hearing is a request in District 1 for a conditional use permit for a communication tower on Cartersville Road. The property is located in the southwestern area of the county, south of River Road on Cartersville Road. As you can see in the aerial, the 26-acre lot is primarily vacant. The red square within the property is the location of a small cemetery. The surrounding properties are sparsely developed. Development includes large residential lots and forested land. The property is zoned agricultural general, as are the properties in all the other properties in the area. The 2035 comprehensive plan designates the property as rural enhancement area, as are the surrounding properties. Excuse me. The conditional use request is for a single lattice-style communication tower. It will be a maximum of 99 feet in height. The conditional use permit will pertain to a 75 by 75 leased area where the tower will be located. The tower will hold antennas for a maximum of 4 carriers, and the tower will not be lit. The red circle on the conceptual plan shows the location of the proposed lease area. The blue line shows the location of the access road from Cartersville Road, and as I pointed out in the aerial photo, the red square is the cemetery location. Per ordinance requirements, the fall zone is completely within the property boundaries. There was a balloon test back in December of last year. Photos were taken from 2 locations on Cartersville Road. View 1 is taken at the 1700 block of Cartersville Road. It shows the balloon float in the first picture and a simulation of what the tower would look like in the second. The second view is a simulation of the tower from the 1600 block of Cartersville Road. The property is designated rural enhancement area by the comprehensive plan. With the recommended conditions, the use is generally consistent with the comprehensive plan designation. A community meeting was held in February. Supervisors Christie and staff were the sole attendees. Staff has received no comment on this application. At the May Planning Commission public hearing, the application was recommended for approval with a 5-0 vote. No one spoke during the public hearing. The following is a summary of the recommended conditions. There is no deviation from our standard conditions for a communication tower. However, I do have the full conditions listed on separate slides if the board has any questions or would like me to review them in their entirety. Conditions include, they allow for the use of a communication tower on the property. The tower must be located as shown on the conceptual plan, generally shown. A plan of development will be required prior to construction. The use must be in compliance with all FAA and FCC regulations. The base of the tower must be fenced for security. The tower must be non-reflective. The base of the tower must be buffered with natural vegetation. The condition goes on to say that if supplemental plantings are required, they would need to be installed and maintained. That the county has the right to first refusal to co-locate on the tower. That the construction must begin within 200 years. That an internal access road must be built and maintained per fire rescue and Department of Community Development. And that the tower must be removed within 90 days of ceasing of operation. I know I went through those conditions rather quickly. As I mentioned, I do have them in the slides. But I would be happy to answer any questions that I can, and the applicant is also in attendance.
Can you just restate one item, please?
Absolutely.
It must be constructed within 2 years?
Yes,
Just-
correct.
I heard 200, I just wanted to make sure.
I may have
that
said
was a one.
200, I was being generous.
Any other questions from?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I think I've interpreted this, but county collection means.
Co-location?
first refusal.
Yeah. So when the tower is constructed, the county gets the opportunity to locate some of our communication devices on the tower and we get the first chance to refuse it. And if we refuse it, then they can fill it up with other carriers.
So I'm curious, why do we call it collection?
Oh, it's co-location.
Oh, man, I'm having trouble.
It says collection? Oh, sorry about that stupid spell check. No. Thank you for the correction.
Any other questions, Ms. Sherry? Okay. Seeing no, thank you, Ms. Sherry. Seeing no more questions, I'll open the floor to public comments. Seeing no questions, I will now close the floor. Members of the board, do I have a motion?
Yes. I move to approve as presented the District 1 CU 2024-0009 application by Atlantic Tower LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Christie. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion? Anyone?
Yeah, I've got something.
Mr. Christie?
Yeah, this is well needed throughout the Cartersville area. While campaigning, I had absolutely no service, no GPS, nothing. So, yeah.
Good. Boots on the ground, yeah. Constituent work, yes. Any other discussion points or questions? Okay. Thank you. Ms. Skavitz, would you take the roll call, please?
Mr. Christie?
Yes.
Mr. Lau?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Mr. Spadenhauer?
Absolutely, yes.
Mr. Rogers?
Yes. Wonderful. We'll now move on to item 6 of our public hearing agenda. This is also in District 1, application CU-2024-10, application by Bradley and Donna Reynolds requesting to amend constitutional use permit CU-2016-8B for a public assembly place to add unhosted short-term rental, winery on less than 50 acres, and accessory public assembly uses on 23.07 acres at 5061 Broad Street Road on tax maps numbers 5-1-0-61-0 and 5-1-0-61-C. The property is zoned agricultural general, A1. The conditional use permit is required by County Zoning Ordinance Section 15-102 in accordance with Sections 15-281.f, 15-285.g, and 15-290. The comprehensive plan designates this area as rural enhancement area. Ms. Jamie Sherry will present this case.
Thank you, Mr. Waters. Yes, our next public hearing tonight is also in District 1. It is an application by Ian Hemstock for a conditional use permit for a gunsmith shop. Oh, well, never mind. Sorry about that. We pull up yeah, sorry about that. Oh, Mr. Hemstock and family, I'm afraid you're going to have to wait just a moment. Forgive me. Okay, let's try this again. Thank you, Mr. Waters. Yes, our next public hearing is also in District 1. It's an application by Donna and Bradley Reynolds to amend a conditional use permit for Bandits Ridge, a place of public assembly, to amend the condition pertaining to the number of events for the place of public assembly, to add short-term rental unhosted, and to create a winery on less than 50 acres. The property is located on the south side of Broad Street Road in the northwestern portion of the county. As you can see from the aerial, a majority of the 23-acre lot is farmland with a dwelling and event venues clustered to the southeastern portion of the property. The area is surrounded by farmland and large lot residential lots. The property is zoned agricultural general, as are the surrounding properties to the north, south, and east. The property to the west is zoned rural residential, which is the Shelton Creek subdivision. The 2035 comprehensive plan designates the property as rural enhancement area, as are all the surrounding properties. So a quick history on the existing CUP. A conditional use permit was approved in 2016 for a place of public assembly. The permit was renewed in 2017 and again in 2022. The current permit is scheduled to expire in June of 2032. The place of public assembly allows for weddings, parties, and similar events. The CUP allows for a maximum of 150 guests at one event and one event per day. They did have a plan of development approved in 2016, which will act as Exhibit A, the conceptual plan. The applicant is requesting to add short-term rental unhosted as a use for the existing dwelling. Standard conditions would apply, and the maximum occupancy would be 10 guests. The pictures show the dwelling and the pool in the backyard area. The applicant is also proposing to add the use of a winery to the CUP. A CUP is required for a winery when a property is less than 50 acres. A tasting room is permitted with a winery and will be located in an existing building on the property currently used as part of the event center. The applicant is actively pursuing a farm winery license from the state. The applicant is proposing to amend the place of public assembly to increase the number of events per day from 1 to 2 events. And they're also proposing to allow outdoor music until 7 p.m. so that they can have outdoor music at the tasting room. The picture on the slide is the outdoor area of the tasting room. The site plan on the right of the screen is taken from the existing plan of development, which is Exhibit A. The buildings on the left are to be used as part of the CUP activities. The large venue barn at the top is part of the public assembly place, and the small venue at the bottom will be located, will be the location of the tasting room. This slide, slide shows the proximity to the closest residence to the structures associated with the CUP activities. The closest house is 100 feet directly next door, and the closest houses in Shelton Creek subdivision are approximately 1,300 feet away. There was a community meeting held in March. One neighbor attended and no concerns were raised at the community meeting. At the May public hearing, the Planning Commission recommended approval of this application with a 5-0 vote, and no one spoke at the public hearing. And once again, I do have the full conditional use slides, conditions associated with this permit and slides, so I can go through them in their entirety or answer any questions you do have. But here is a summary of the conditions that are associated with this use. All uses are going to be condensed into one permit, so there's the actual conditions themselves, there's a lot of strike through because we have brought them up to current standard condition language. For the place of public assembly, they are requesting, the only change they're requesting is the number of events per day. That would be going from 1 to 2. For the winery tasting room, they are requesting hours of operation, their hours of outdoor music from Thursday through Sunday, 11 to 7 p.m. The place of public assembly and winery would allow for a combination of both uses to still be a maximum of 150 guests for both uses if they were to be occurring at the same time. Short-term rental unhosted, those are the standard conditions that are associated with those, which include like the use, outdoor sound, hunting, no hunting, firearms, limitation on the number of guests, and the no trespassing signs, and the notice to tell the guest of these conditions. The expiration for this use is set for July 2034, That was a quick rendition of the conditions. I'd be happy to go through those in more detail, or I can answer questions, and the applicant is here and has a presentation.
Mr. Long, questions, Ms.
Ms.
Sherry?
Sherry, I remember this original CUP, and there was extensive discussion on subwoofers, which evidently is an important thing. I did not notice with the outdoor tasting room, is there any limitation on subwoofer music, or evidently that makes sound carry?
No, so there is nothing in reference to the outdoor sound. There is for the place of public assembly music, but there is none in the outdoor sound.
I would just ask the clerk, if you go back to the summary slide,
Absolutely.
it does say language has changed to standard conditions. It would be standard language related to sound as everyone else has to abide by, correct?
That, I'm not 100% sure that we have had.
I can help here.
Okay, thank you.
In the board packet where you have outdoor sound, it says subwoofers are prohibited.
For the outdoor sound?
But that is only under the public assembly place.
Yeah, for the
And
outdoor
so
sound.
that condition is not applicable as you get to the tasting room. If the condition on outdoor sound should apply to all uses or to both uses, it could be moved or duplicated. But as it is today, it applies to the public assembly place in condition 17.
And, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Condition 24. Sorry, condition 24 has the exact same sound condition right under it. Prohibiting subwoofers, and that's under the tasting room.
That answers that question. And then twice it was mentioned that at the community meetings or staff meetings, owners' plans for the property. Was that answered?
I'm sorry?
Well, the question was, what were the owners' plans for the property? But then there was no mention of what their plans for the property was.
So, forgive me, so this was out of the community meeting, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I can't find it again on what slide it was, but you went back there and it said, at the community meeting, people asked, okay, there it is. Attendees discussed the application and the owner's plans for their property. And then earlier on, it asked the same question. I didn't see any answer.
Well, I was not at the community meeting. I do know that at the community meeting, the applicant.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Christie was there? Yes, sir?
They had plans to subdivide, but if I'm not mistaken, they had abandoned those plans.
Yes, they did withdraw that
It
application.
was an asked question with no answer. That was, thank you, Mr. Christie.
Thank you, sir.
Any additional questions as well? Any other board member questions? Okay. Thank you.
Of course.
I will now open the floor to public comments. Would the applicant like to speak? Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the applicant does have a presentation, have
Wave
requested
gavel.
some of your time. There you go.
Thank you.
That's forward, and that's backward, and that is a pointer if you need it. I'll be
Thank you.
close by if you need help.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to present Brad and Donna Reynolds, 5061 Broad Street Road. Hopefully this will answer some of the questions you may have in your minds before you make your decision. This is a picture of the actual kind of event places on our property. With our existing CUP, the wine tasting room we're not starting from scratch. All the facilities are in place. It's really a chance for us to expand how many days we operate on the property. We'll also take into account neighbors. Again, we're opening at 11, closing at 7. We're going to be closed early. We're not going to be open late at night. The purpose of the music, I'm glad you brought that up. Subwoofers will not be there. In fact, most of the time outside it'll be like acoustic guitars. I mean, people don't want loud music, just enjoying the day. So that's the plan for that. You can see the large barn, the small barn. We're going to see more of that in the next few slides. Talking about the infrastructure that's already in place, as you can see from the pictures, the barns, but there's also, you see the big patio outside of the small barn, places for people to sit, mingle, enjoy the day. Also in front of the small barn out in the paddock, there's plenty of room for people to sit. So we have plenty of room not only for people to come, but people to enjoy the day. There's also gravel parking lot that holds 35 cars. Beyond that, there's another parking lot that holds another 55, 60 cars. So again, we have the infrastructure in place to do this. It's really about expanding our options for folks to do that. One other point I'll make is outside is that little shack kind of down there in the left, kind of halfway in the left. That's the firewood stack. And in the front of that is a large fire pit. Again, certain times of the year, again, just places that people can hang out. You can see there's a lot of grassy areas. We set up cornhole boards, outdoor games. So again, we have the infrastructure to be able to implement this. Inside the small barn where it'll be the primary place for the wine tasting room. We just renovated this in the last 3 months. There used to be 3 stalls down the left side. We took all that out, did a lot of work in there to make it really presentable. We also use this for weddings. This is kind of like the cocktail hour place that people go in. The plan is where that middle table is on the left, under the 3 big lights, we're constructing a bar that will sit there with refrigerators behind it, actually to keep the wine cool. And again, dual purpose, happy hours for weddings. It'll be the wine tasting room as well. And she talked about doing 2 events a day. The idea isn't to do 2 weddings a day. The idea is to do 2 small parties. And now with this functional space, we can do 1 in here and 1 in the large barn, same time, still below that 150 max of people. Just a peek inside the large barn. It seats 150 people comfortably. This barn does have AC and heat. People love the outdoors, but they also love their AC and heat. So, and it also, they love restrooms as well. So this barn has 2 restrooms. Outside the small barn, looking down towards the field, she talked about the farm winery permit. Long-term, that's our goal. There's a lot of kind of work and preparation that goes into that. Part of it's planting at least 3 acres of vineyards. And so we're exploring that now on cost, on workload, just all that stuff that we have to kind of figure out. So the plan is now is to get up and running faster. We're going to apply for Virginia ABC to get a restaurant license. And that way we can sell by the glass and also bottles to go out of the barn. And then long-term, hopefully get the farm winery permit because that gives us flexibility on some other things to do there. Some other things we'd like to do in that 10 acres out there is plant wildflowers. Again, all this is really to enhance the wedding and the venue business. So how do we tie all that together in a cohesive way? A smaller picture or an updated picture of our courtyard. The Toasty Hitch is our outdoor bar. Again, depending on the crowds, we have 2 different places that we can serve from. And just this area is just a great place to hang out and have a good time. And then just a couple of pictures. We took it at a local winery. Hopefully this in a couple of years, this will be planted at our facility. And then after a couple of years, hopefully it looks like this, and we can actually start harvesting it. But we have worked with some local wineries. The idea too is to pick wines from different wineries, and they would actually, we buy them wholesale. We would have our own Bandits Ridge label on the bottles, so we can serve those, sell at weddings and all that too. So again, just trying to combine all the things that are happening on the property moving forward. The last piece is the Airbnb on the house. That's a work in progress too, because naturally we need a place to go to, and that. So we're looking at ideas. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. We're looking at, do we put a tiny house out in the middle or to the edge of the field? There's some ideas we're floating around, but just trying to think long term and how to figure all this out. Any questions you have of us?
I admire your initiative and enthusiasm and energy, and you might want to double it because farming is not for the faint of heart.
Yeah.
I do know, and this may be Ms. McGee's question, but under state code, a winery, a farm winery has by right certain things they are allowed to do. And I do not have those memorized, but I've worked with enough of the wine industry to know that there is a benefit for being a winery because their hours of operation, there's just certain things that they are permitted by state code. Are you proffering, if that's the right word, that you would give up some of those by rights that the state offers? And I'm not even sure if we are allowed to accept, we won't follow state code. But I'm not aware of where you might be in conflict or be giving up something the state says you can operate past 7 o'clock, for example.
Well, I think the only, and again, we've talked to the state. I actually know some folks over at ABC, and I think the advantages are, like a restaurant license, there's a certain amount of food you have to sell a month. The farm winery permit, kind of, you don't have to worry about the food ratio. And the other big thing for us is that little Toasty Hitch trailer. It allows us to really take that thing anywhere in Virginia, and we can sell wine out of it. At a farmer's market, anything we want to go to, we can do that. So those are the two big things that I've taken out, is the advantages.
Oh, all right. Again, I admire and appreciate very much, and this plays into Keep Goochland Rural, so.
Thank you.
Does this mean weddings would cease at 7?
No, weddings will still, we have till 10 o'clock, but the actual wine tasting room would stop at 7. Yes, sir. Yep.
I just have one question of you
Yes,
all.
sir.
And I don't expect an exact answer, just a general swag. The number of users of your venue that are in this local area versus outside of Richmond, if you just had to estimate.
She could probably tell you better than I can.
Hi, the most of our guests, or most of the people that rent our facility, is from Louisa, Richmond, Chesterfield, and more of like the East Coast.
Yep.
We're trying to tack into that Charlottesville to grab those brides. But when this starts really taking off, those weddings are gonna go by the wayside.
I just mentioned it because I do think that's a critically important thing for
Yeah.
Goochland County to not, I mean, it's not a just stand by itself business. It tracks things that, benefit our hotels,
Yep.
or limited hotel options,
Yep.
but our hotels, our
Mhm.
restaurants, our other things. And so, thank you.
No, but we also think the wine tasting room will actually bring more people there.
Yeah.
And people can see it, oh, you do weddings out here, and that helps both sides.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for your
Thank
presentation.
you.
And answering questions. Ms. Sherry, do you have anything to add?
Yes, sir. I wanted to just make sure it was clear that the application in front of you all this evening is for a wine tasting, a farm winery under 50 acres. A restaurant would be a separate conditional use permit, which was not part of this application. And just so that the rentals know that you would need to be permitted for a tiny house. You can't just put it in the yard.
Thank you for those clarifications. Members of the board, do I have a motion? Oh, gosh, we haven't even done it, sorry. Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Sherry. I will now I will now open the floor to public comments. Seeing no more comments, I'll now close the floor. They just wanted me to do that twice. If, members of the board, do I have a motion?
Yes. Take my thunder. Yeah.
I'll be happy to second
Yes, I move to approve as presented CU 2024-00010 application by Brady and Donna Reynolds requesting to amend conditional use permit CUP CU 2016-00008 Bravo for public assembly place and to add unhosted short-term rental winery on less than 50 acres, and so on.
I enthusiastically second your amendment.
Because it was so enthusiastic, I'm going to take Mr. Winfrey's. Any discussion from the board?
Yeah, I apologize, I don't want to get too down in the weeds, but would you be able to clarify your comments about the restaurant license through ABC to move things along quicker? Because I heard that there was an application for a restaurant license to get the ABC stuff quicker, but this isn't a restaurant.
Right.
And again, I don't know if that impacts us at all, but I kind of saw staff's eyes get like softballs.
Yes. And I guess personally, that surprised me a little bit, because I guess I didn't realize that the restaurant wasn't part of, but the first idea was to do the farm winery permit. But knowing that it's going to take a lot of time to do that, you got to get everything planted in the ground before they even come out and assess and be able to grant that. So I guess if we have to come back to do the restaurant license, I mean, that's what we'll do, but I didn't realize it wasn't part of the conversation.
Not to add to any confusion, but when you do have a wine tasting room, through the state, you are allowed, there's a memorandum of understanding that through VDACs, you can serve prepackaged foods, and those are kind of things that you can do, and that's what Mr. Reynolds was stating, that there's no limit, that ratio that there is in a restaurant, but no, this was never an application for a restaurant,
There
so.
will be food, but it will not violate any of the.
Yeah, in association with a winery,
Yeah.
once they get.
They have to get their farm winery
Yeah.
in order to open the tasting room and then to offer that prepackaged food. This does not provide opportunity to have that tasting room open at all until a farm winery is approved.
And is that in line?
I didn't realize that, because
What
the restaurant license, I'm sorry, the restaurant license, and actually is part of the Virginia ABC licenses as well. So
But a restaurant has to exist for them to offer it, correct?
now there's a $2,000 a month food ratio that you have to, but it can be all, because most wineries just do prepackaged food, and
Right.
it's you don't have to open a full-fledged restaurant.
This is a little, obviously it's your application, but it may be worth us taking a month or two unless you're comfortable realizing that, because once you go to a restaurant, there's all, we just know with another similar venue in the county that tried to attach a restaurant to their business, and the requirements from the different health departments almost put them out of business.
Yeah.
Without even doing that. So there's a lot that might go into that rather than getting something and having to pay the fee again and come back, if you want to pause for a month or two, I'd give you that potential option.
I would rather do that, because I think, again, it's going to take several months or a year to get the farm winery permit, so.
Just make sure you got
Yes.
everything lined up.
Yes.
We want to help with that. We want to see this succeed.
Mhm.
Given that we have a second already in place, given that we have that in place, do we need to have a vote, or can we just pull that? Ms. McGee?
In order to pull it, it would have to be pulled by the maker and the seconder.
I move to retract my motion.
I retract my second.
Do I have an alternate motion?
Well, hold on. Ms. Sherry, do you have your,
No, it was just what,
sorry.
procedurally, I was just wondering, this would then be a request for a second, a different use than what is being heard from
I
you
don't know if
tonight?
that's- I think what we're saying is give the applicant time to assess which direction he wants to go, and before we approve or deny it, and we have to start over.
Fair enough. I just wanted to make sure you know that for a restaurant use, it's my understanding, Ms. McGee can back me up on this, it would require another community meeting and things along those lines.
And how much time would be helpful for the deferral?
Well, and for staff
Yeah.
for how long does he want to review it, and then how long would staff need if there's an amended application, community meeting, and the like?
Yeah, I think, I would say a minimum of 2 to 3 months, because I know that's the application time for the ABC, and then,
And I think on top of that would then be the staff time. Does have to be re-advertised, you all
Well,
could
we're not,
decide.
well, we're not sure because
Right,
they may
right.
take the path of, or we might wind up right back here again in 2 months after we do some discovery.
Yes.
Do we do a referral or, because even though it's gonna be a whole new CUP, right, or?
Well, it may not be.
If the applicant decides that he wants to move forward as this is written and not pursue a restaurant, then the only time needed is the amount of time for him to make that decision and then have this advertised. Which could be do that 2 or 3 months, probably 3 to get the ad in there. If he came back at that time and said, I want to do a restaurant, there would have to be an additional deferral in
Sure.
order to amend the application, do that notice, and get
Yep.
approval. So 3 months would be enough to know, you know what, I am not going to pursue the restaurant. Could you please say yes or no to this? Or I'm going to ask for the restaurant. I know I now need to won't be ready to be heard in 3 months.
Right.
That'd be the way that would go.
Just a clarification on my part. Could we rule on what's before us tonight and then allow the applicant to come back when he is ready and able and prepared to make an amendment or apply for a restaurant?
We could, but then
What would that
it starts the whole process over again. There's, the application fee is what, $1,000?
$750 application fee, planning commission.
Well, that's a decision you can make, you know, but it seems to me we were ready a moment ago to approve something for you
Yes.
so you could move forward. And if it's up in the air as to whether or not you're ever going to do a restaurant, that's up to you.
So I guess what we were more concerned with, so it's not a restaurant, it's what the ABC classifies it as, a restaurant license, but we don't have a restaurant. But it's because you have to have the $2,000 worth of food. But our place won't have a restaurant. It's not like we have what I've worked with the ag department. You have to have like a 3 compartment sink. You have to have a prep table. You have to have wash stations. And that's what we have now. So the restaurant license is more for ABC guidelines, not for us cooking food in there. That's all ABC. That's how they classify it as.
Right, but what's before the board tonight is to approve a tasting room at a farm winery. And that's the only way you would be able to have a tasting room under what's before the board tonight. You have to have the farm winery, and then you could do the tasting room, which would come with that ABC license for the prepackaged food. But when you say we don't know about doing a farm winery,
Well,
right now you don't have any opportunity to have a tasting room if you don't have a farm winery.
Yeah, and we can't plant until next May.
So that's why when you talked about if there's a different way to be able to do a tasting room, not with what you have in front of this board, you would have to get a different permission under zoning to do that, is what we're saying.
So do we have to go through the whole process? That's what one of y'all had questioned.
I think that's what we're trying to avoid.
Yeah.
Is that you can do the research you need to do to find out which avenue you want to go. And if we wind back up here, we do, but you don't have to wait, you know.
So the avenue we have to go with right now is with the restaurant license from ABC until May when we get them in the ground, because you cannot plant them now. And we want to generate something.
Sure. Mr. Cash, do you have thoughts? You're nodding a lot.
Yeah,
I think you could be helpful here.
I know, I guess perhaps I just wanted to try to clarify, because we've been through this before with farm wineries that exist already in the county. So there's certain standards with the farm winery. The associated is that you're allowed to do the prepackaged food, like Ms. McGee has brought up. Where we wanted to cross that line and serve more things, prepared foods or other type of things. And again, that's what the farm winery, they would be classified. We've advised those because you're only limited to certain things in that tasting room scenario. If you do more, then you are become classified as a restaurant. And that's just not from the ABC standards, it's or the VDAC standards, because the understanding of what you're allowed to prepare by right or have ready for firm wineries. It's also our code. If your purposes, you're selling food not associated with another approved use, then it would be considered a restaurant. And so I don't know if I would like to advise you. I think what we're trying to say is we don't want to hold you up long-term for what you want to do, and I think the board's offering the opportunity for that. But what we're saying is, maybe we need to kind of understand what you're trying to do, or you understand what our concerns are. And I believe the offer was to say, we'll take a shorter deferral if 60 days to do that. It still gives you time for your planning and everything next year to talk. If we feel like it needs to go back before the board or a community meeting, and you're just like, okay, that's what you meant by restaurant or what we do, then we'll probably have to have a community meeting, and it'd probably go from 60 days to, we're probably looking at late fall. I mean, we're probably looking towards December before you can be back with your full restaurant type of thing. And we're happy to meet with y'all and clarify with that. But I think that's, what we don't, if you deny or we approve, and you come back later, we'd rather keep you in the process and active.
Okay.
That's okay.
So are we looking at 60 or 90?
I'm going to pose this one simple question. Are the applicants willing to entertain the deferral based on everything you've heard?
Absolutely.
Okay, yes, that's good.
Okay. How long?
3 months, if
Okay.
possible.
Mr. Cash, I'm looking at, one other option is that we can, is this something that staff can work out? Is this something that staff can work out, talking to the applicant
Absolutely.
tonight?
I think that we're going to need more information to be able to really move forward, even just like the understanding of what that difference is between the licenses that we're talking about.
Okay.
I don't feel comfortable.
Also, although applications can change during a meeting, you can't allow a use that is more intensive than what was advertised. A restaurant would be considered a more intensive use. Even if you wanted to allow that, you'd have to re-advertise this case mentioning the restaurant, hold another public hearing in order to approve it. So you don't have the ability, under the legal advertising requirements, to allow a restaurant use tonight.
Given that we are not proposing a holdup of the planting at this stage, I would just opine that we go forward with the deferral.
Right.
Thinking that it can work and save us a lot of future time. Even though it adds 3
Yes.
months, it saves a lot of resources, so to
Yes,
speak.
yes.
Yeah, I move to defer this case to October 1st meeting.
Second that. Can we have discussion?
Jonathan, would you use mine for record's sake? Can you
Oh,
do it
yes.
as?
Sorry.
So we have it. Oh, I don't. Do you have it in front of you?
Do you have preference on November?
No, I just was
Let's try and do it.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
All right. I move to defer, that the board, I move that the board deferred consideration of conditional use permit CU 2024-00010 for a public assembly place, unholstered short-term rental and winery on less than 50 acres, and accessory public assembly uses at 5061 Broad Street Road to October 1st board meeting.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Mr. Lyle? Okay. Nope, seeing none. Ms. Biscavitz, can I get a roll call vote, please?
Yes.
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 Yes. And I do want to thank the Reynolds for operating a great business in our county.
Thank
For
you.
the years so far. And we want to get this done right. So
Yes.
thank you for your understanding and working with us on that.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Yes, and I'm going to request a 5-minute adjournment just for using the facilities recess. And we will come back at 7, we'll just say 7:40. Thank you.
Are we ready? We ready to start again? You ready?
I will now call us back from recess. Item 7 on the public hearing agenda, also a District 1 item for conditional use permit 2024-8, application by Ian Hemstock requesting a conditional use permit for a gunsmith shop on 5 acres at 5764 Community House Road on tax map number 10-1-0-11-B. The property is zoned agricultural general, A1. The CUP is required by county zoning ordinance section 15-102. The comprehensive plan designates this area as rural enhancement area. Ms. Sherry will present the case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jamie Sherry, Director of Community Development, for the record. Yes, the next application or the next public hearing tonight is in District 1 again. I gave you a little preview earlier, but we're gonna do it right this time. An application by Ian Hemstock for a conditional use permit for a gunsmith shop. The property is located on Community House Road in the western portion of the county. As you can see from the aerial photo, there are large lot residential uses and farmland in the area. The property is zoned agricultural general, as are the surrounding properties. The subject property is designated by the Goochland County 2035 Comprehensive Plan as rural enhancement areas, as are the surrounding areas. The applicant is requesting a conditional use permit for a gunsmith shop. Mr. Hemstock has a federal firearms license to repair and sell firearms. The original application that came in included a shooting range to test fire weapons that he is working on associated with the business, but the applicant removed that use from the application after the Planning Commission meeting. So as previously mentioned, the comprehensive plan designates this area as rural enhancement area. With the recommended conditions and properly operated, this use would be consistent with the comprehensive plan designation. There was a community meeting back in January where 9 attendees, were at the meeting. It should be noted that at the time of the community meeting, the applicant was still requesting to test fire the weapons on the property. That, again, has been removed from the application. But at the meeting, there were concerns and questions raised about the noise and impact to the adjacent daycare, animals in the area, hours of shooting. Other questions that were not associated with the outdoor shooting range were what type of weapons would be being repaired and what kind of signage would the applicant have. At the May 16th Planning Commission meeting, the request was recommended for approval with a 5-0 vote. There were 2 people that spoke at the public hearing, and there were amendments associated with the shooting range. So once again, I have the full conditions listed on separate slides, but if the board has any questions or would like me to review them, I can go through them in their entirety. A portion of the strike-through that you'll have in your packet and that is online is the removal of the references to the shooting range. The permit will allow the gunsmith on the property hours of operation to be Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., that all state, county, and federal regulations be observed, that the property shall maintain a residential appearance. The permit will expire July 31st, 2029, which is a 5-year renewal. And then, of course, the standard transfer lease, where they will have to let the county and anybody who were to be occupying the property and using the conditional use permit of the conditions. That concludes my presentation. The applicant's representative is here this evening, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Sherry, did the planning commission in fact approve this with him having the ability to test the guns or the firearms that he repaired? In other words, he could repair them and go ahead in his range and test them?
Yes, sir, he did. They did.
The planning commission did approve that?
With 2 amendments. They did make adjustments to the conditions that required that only the property owner or the business owner would be test firing, and that there was some changes in the elevation of the height of the berm.
Thank you.
Of course.
Any other questions, Ms. Sherry?
Let me just add to the process piece, if I may. Once the applicant amended his application to remove that use, it was then not advertised for tonight. So that additional use that the planning commission did here is not before you tonight, has not been a subject of the ad because the applicant removed it by amending his application.
Well, thank you, because, so we cannot add that back in.
It would violate the legal advertisement. If you wanted to add it back in, you'd have to defer it so that it could be advertised for that
Up to
use.
the applicant. Okay,
I
thank
don't
you.
believe that the applicant wanted that anyway, even if we could.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you. Seeing no more questions of Ms. McGee, I will open the floor to public comments. Ms. Sherry, excuse me. Is the applicant's agent? I'm sorry, I knew the applicant wasn't here, so I apologize for that.
Hello, board members. I'm Campbell Powell. I live at 5762 Community House Road. I am the neighbor. I originally sold this property to the previous landowner. He showed the pictures. I don't have anything to present, but I have a copy of the land plat here, and he's still operating a shooting range. The noise is enough, but my concern is safety. Operating a shooting range within the confines of 5 acres that's surrounded by residential properties. In fact, the property right behind his shooting range, I have a picture here that I could show you, is 9 acres that belongs to me, which is the only direction he can shoot in safely without harming anyone. And I have a woods road and trails through the woods, and I'm scared myself at the moment for me or my kids to even, I feel a prisoner of my own property because I can't access that part of my property. So I'm not in agreement with him having a gunsmith shop with the shooting range for test firing, which he advertises for test firing. But I would like to see what I could do about him removing the range he has on the property line, right on the property line.
Which shoots into our property. The creek is our property line, which is all the zigzag going down through the property at the top. So that little triangle piece is ours, and then our property comes down. So we're on 2 sides of his property. But he's shooting into our property is the problem. You know, we're concerned about shooting into our property. And our creek, this creek that runs through our property, services the lake behind us. It feeds into the lake.
And the lead is being shot right into the creek.
Yeah.
If that's any concern.
But we have a dog pen back there we've had for 27 years. So it's a little triangle piece back there. But if you show where he's shooting from the corner of the property, it goes straight into the larger portion of our property in the back.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions?
Any other questions?
Yes, I believe you all are here for citizen comments. So I'll make a note that we are including that, but I would ask, I think we have a couple more questions of Ms. Sherry, given your
Yeah.
comments. Let me do this. I want to classify, just for the record, that was for the citizen comments. Is there anyone, since I've already galled it in, is there anyone else for citizen comments in the audience? No. Is the representative for the applicant here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If the agent of the applicant is here, that precedes citizen comments. So I would just make that.
It's fine to go out of order.
Okay,
The
that's
law
fine.
does not
I just wanted
require
to make
that
sure.
certain order.
Okay. Representative for the agent, if you wouldn't mind coming up. Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Wendy Hemstock. I'm Ian's wife. So regarding the shooting range, obviously it has been removed from the application. Obviously, if I'm to be answering questions regarding the shooting range, it has been removed. So I'm not sure what else I can add to that. Yes, obviously it's going to be a gunsmithing business. He's ran the business for approximately 2 years out of Chesterfield County in our previous home. Ian's obviously had a lot of experience regarding manufacturing. He's been in manufacturing for all of his working life. He's very experienced. This is just a small business. It's not his permanent role. He actually works for a company called BGB Technology. He's worked there for over 20 years. It's a manufacturing facility. He has obviously a lot of manufacturing experience, as I've already mentioned. So it is basically going to be a gunsmithing business within our property. Okay. Any more questions? Okay, thank you.
Now we'll go back to, I'll just read down the public hearing, public comment section. Any additional public comments to be made? Okay. Seeing no more comments, I'll close the floor to public comments. I will just make one other question, if you don't mind, to, yes, to you, sir. Just for clarification purposes, I know you made one comment that stuck with me, is the prisoner in your home with the gun range. Sorry. You made a comment that stuck with me, the prisoner in your own home, with the gun range taken out of that application. Would that provide the safety you're?
He's going to continue shooting. The range hasn't been removed. I mean, what I do if he continues to shoot?
You have to testify what you worked on.
I mean, he advertises test firing his weapons.
I believe he's shooting by right.
Right, what I would
As
recommend.
recreation, and that the test fire was part of the business. He's removing the test firing, but we can't limit his shooting by right, if I'm not mistaken, Tara.
That's correct. It has been explained to me that, the shooting the applicant is doing at the property even today and in the past has been the same that any property owner is allowed to do on their property in Goochland County. And so he has removed a gun range for the purpose of test firing. Again, it's been explained when that amendment came through that he has other places to test fire, but this does not limit his ongoing ability, as any property owner does, to shoot weapons on their property.
Excuse me, what if he continues to test fire, what do I do? Because he test firing yesterday.
What I would recommend, Mr. Gillespie, is maybe we can have staff get with this couple to talk through. If he's in violation of the business, then then you would notify his staff, and staff would go and research to see that he is within the rights of his business. But
Notify the staff.
notify our staff, the staff is gonna get with you and give you a card so that they can talk through and your options. If you feel like somebody's shooting and it's unsafe, probably need to get the sheriff involved.
That's what I would need to know if
That's why I'm asking
it's
staff.
very unsafe where he's shooting at anyway, so.
Which is why we came here. We
But what I need to do to ensure the safety not only of me, but my children, the children, his next door neighbors, which is the next door neighbor, has childcare. All right, thank you.
Any additional public comments from you? Okay. Seeing none, I will now close the floor. Members of the board, do I have a motion?
I move to approve that, I move that the board grant conditional use permit CU 2024-8 for gunsmith shop at 5764 Community House Road, subject to the imposed conditions as presented.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I've got some discussion
Christie?
points. As I was pointing out earlier, his current shooting is by right. Whether it's unsafe or not, that's not for the board here to determine. But either way, it has nothing to do with his conditional use permit to have a gunsmith shop. He's removed the shooting range for multiple reasons, not just, neighbor complaints and things beyond that. So us approving this doesn't imply that we're approving unsafe shooting habits. This is just to allow him to work on guns at his property as a business. So I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Any additional discussion between the board?
We don't have a problem with business. We just have a problem with the shooting into our property.
Ma'am, that was, the public comment period is
And we
closed.
haven't complained about anything. We just came for our concerns.
Thank you. Okay, seeing that we have no further discussion items, Ms. Biskevitz, would you take a roll call, please?
Mr. Spadenhauer.
Yes.
Mr. Lund.
Aye. Aye.
Mr. Winfrey.
Yes.
Mr. Christie.
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence.
Yes. Okay. Moving on to. Okay, moving on to item 8 on the public hearing agenda. This is for District 2, CU-2023-17, application by Cornelius Dandridge Jr., requesting a conditional use permit for small contractor storage on 1.7 acres on Sandy Hook Road, approximately 500 feet south of its intersection with Whitehall Road on tax map number 21-1-0-25-A. The property is zoned agricultural limited, A2. The CUP is required by County Zoning Ordinance Section 15-112 in accordance with Section 15-283-I. The applicant is seeking 5 exceptions to Section 15-283-I to allow 1, use on less than 3 acres, 2, building setback less than 100 feet from the property line, 3, less screening than the required standard, 4, the number of vehicles and trailers to exceed standard, and 5, outside security lighting on the property. The comprehensive plan designates this area as commercial. Ms. Sherry will present the case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our next public hearing is an application by Cornelius Dandridge for a small contractor storage building conditional use permit. This application is in District 2, not District 1. The property is located in the Sandy Hook Crossroad, which is near the intersection of Whitehall and Sandy Hook Roads. In the area, there's a mixture to include residential, mostly large lot residential, medical office, and soon to be a government facility. The property is zoned agricultural limited. The comprehensive plan designates the property as commercial and also has the designation of being within the Sandy Hook Crossroads. In 2023, the use for contractor storage small was added to the zoning ordinance in agricultural limited and agricultural general zoning districts. This need was identified by the Economic Development Department to help small contractors grow into mid-sized businesses. It is meant to fill a gap between small businesses and those ready to conduct their businesses in commercial or industrial property. There are use standards in the ordinance that pertain to small contractor storage buildings. The use standards address such things such as size of the property, size of the building, number and type of vehicles on the property to minimize the impact on adjacent properties. Standard 12 gives the Board of Supervisors the authority to grant exceptions to the standards through this CUP process. Mr. Danders is requesting a conditional use permit for a small contractor storage building for the equipment associated with his landscaping business. Currently, he has a home occupation, occupation business license, which does not allow for outdoor storage or for the construction of a building to be used solely for a business. So this slide provides site details. The property is 1.87 acres, and that's identified in the purple circle. That's the actual subject property. There is an existing storage shed circled in blue on the property, and the access from Sandy Hook is through a separate parcel, and you can see that with the orange overlay onto the existing drive. It is also located adjacent to the future Fire Rescue Station 8, which is in red. The existing building on the property is 864 square feet. The parking area associated with the use is a graveled parking area. The building has no electricity or water, and the applicant will need to obtain building permits upon approval if the board were to approve this use. There are a number of requested exceptions to the standards. The first one is the request for the property to be less than the standard 3 acres. The property, as I mentioned, is only 1.87 acres. The second request is for the minimum building setback to be less than the 100-foot standard. To the east, the property is approximately the building is approximately 80 feet from the property line. To the west, approximately 75. Exceptions may be appropriate since there have been no complaints about the business, and they cannot meet those requirements because the property is too small. Additional exceptions, the applicant is requesting less screening than the required standard. The applicant is requesting no screening because he states that he has concerns with security. The standard really requires that screening be supplied with dense vegetation or an opaque fence or a combination of both. The applicant is requesting not to have any screening at all. Because of the location in the rural crossroads and the proximity to other uses, screening is recommended to minimize the visual impact and to help retain the rural character per the comprehensive plan. The next exception is the number of vehicles and trailers to exceed the standard. The standard is 2 business vehicles, 2 trailers, 1 axle on each of the trailers, and a maximum of 13 feet in length. The applicant has 3 business vehicles currently. The trailers, 3 trailers with 2 axles. The lengths are 13, 14, and 18 in length. So a couple of things have been learned. Well, first of all, since there have been no complaints, this may be an appropriate number of vehicles and trailers associated with the business. But it should be known that I've learned a little bit about lengths of trailers and hauling equipment. Apparently, the number of axles that we are standardized is limited. So we would recommend that. Let's see. If this were approved, we would recommend that this would be the maximum vehicles that would be allowed. Any additional might be the time for the applicant to move to a commercial or industrial property. Number 5, the outside security lighting on the property standard. We have no lighting to minimize the visual impact. The applicant is requesting to have security lighting. Staff think this is appropriate because the standard, the condition that is being imposed does require it to be dark sky compliant, which is a code requirement anyway, but also to have automatic shut off or dimming. So the comprehensive plan designates the property as commercial within the Sandy Hook Crossroads. The rural crossroads are meant to retain the rural character and function as viable centers of activity. They should be reflective of existing character of the area, properly designed and operated in accordance with the imposed conditions. The use is consistent with the comprehensive plan designation. A committee meeting was held back in October of 2023. Two people attended outside of staff. The attendees had questions about the proposed changes and the access easement. At the Planning Commission in May, at the public hearing, the Planning Commission recommended approval of this application with a 5-0 vote. No one spoke at the public hearing, and no public comments have been received thus far. There was an amendment at with the resolution there because the applicant had originally requested a 6th standard exception, and that was removed. So I'm going to go through the conditions rather quickly. Since this is our first time having this use, I am going to go through it. Number 1, allows for the small contractor use in conjunction with the standards unless there are exceptions. The site plan needs to be consistent with the site plan. That would be number 2. Number 3, road requirements. Since the access to this property is on another piece of property, the applicant would need to provide the county with written notice, permission to use that access easement and to provide a maintenance agreement so that, they are mutually understanding how the road would be, the drive would be maintained. Number 4 would require the applicant to obtain all necessary building inspection approvals for the existing building within 6 months of approval of the CUP. So for exceptions, if the board were to grant these exceptions, the conditions are as follows. Minimum acreage exception. The applicant is granted the exception to the 3-acre minimum property size per zoning ordinance, and the minimum size shall be 1.87 acres. The building setback also grants the exception to the minimum 100-foot setback from the property line and limits it to 75 feet as the minimum. Screening exception. The exception is granted for the screening to the storage building and parking area. It is recommended, or it is stated in the conditions that any trash receptacles that might be on the property need to be with a opaque dumpster. Vehicles and trailers. This does allow for an exception to the 2 vehicles. It does allow for, 3 work vehicles associated with the business, and then B, it does allow for the exception of the 2 trailers, that does allow for the 3 with the additional axles and length. The lighting exception does allow for security lighting. This will be approved by the Director of Community Development, and of course, as I mentioned, which is a code requirement, the dark sky compliant must be adhered to, as well as it should be reduced to a necessary level for security, and a sensor and/or sensor-activated light should be utilized when the business is closed. The expiration, this would be a 5-year expiration, which would expire at the end of July 2029, and then lastly, our standard transfer or lease. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have on this request.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Sheriff.
Of course.
I will now open the floor to public comments. Seeing no public comments, I will close the floor. Members of the board, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair. So when I thought about running for the Board of Supervisors, this type of project is exactly what I hoped I would be doing. There's so much goodness wrapped up in this, in that we are helping bridge a gap that exists currently. So we're solving problems for real people. We're helping a person that has a very successful business, employing a lot of really great young men, helping giving them opportunities. And I love how we crafted an ordinance to meet this need. And as Ms. Sherry said, this is the first time going through it. So what I love about land use is that it's particular to a certain parcel, and there's no precedence, and we get to look at each one individually. And when you look at this project and you look at the property and you look at the surrounding businesses, I agree with each of the exceptions that are being proposed today. So with that, I move that we approve CU 2023-17 application for small contractor storage as presented.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none. Ms. Skowitz, could you take the roll call, please?
Mr. Winfrey?
Oh, yes.
Mr. Lau?
Aye.
Mr. Christie?
Yes.
Mr. Spinhower?
Yes.
Mr. Bowers?
Yes. Okay. Moving on to our final item on the agenda, item 9. This is a District 4 application for RZ-2023-3, application by RHVA Goochland LLC, requesting to rezone 3.452 acres from residential general R3 to interchange commercial B3 with proffered conditions for a 2-story medical office building at 12705 Broad Street Road on tax map numbers 59-1-0-32-0 and 59-1-0-33-0. The comprehensive plan designates this area as prime economic development. Mr. Cash will present the case.
I apologize. Apparently, things are going so well, I'll just throw in a technological problem. So let's see. Hopefully it's the correct way. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, I am Ray Cash, Assistant Director of Community Development. We spent way too much time out west. Let's bring it back east. So we're going to District 4. I'd say this is, again, a rezoning for a medical office building located south line of Broad Street Road. Proposed zoning is interchange commercial. The property is, well, not quite as far east as you can go in Goochland. It's just shy of the 288 Broad Street interchange. I'm sorry, just west of Broad Street interchange. So it's in the Goochland side, as people might reference. The property currently has a residential structure at one point that had been used for a variety of things, residence and commercial use. The road that you see that runs just below it to the south of it, that is really a service road. It does connect to a nursery that's there. Part of this application, as we go through plan development, that road will be updated to make sure it serves this development. The current zoning proposal, this is currently R3, we're proposing to be BN. And you can see the comprehensive plan does designate the surrounding properties really primarily for commercial use. This area is listed for prime economic development. So this is part of the Centerville plan. It is classified for prime economic development. And when we talk about prime economic development, there is an expiration. Should have a positive impact on the county's tax base, should attract and retain corporate investment, generate jobs, and expand and diversify the tax base. Usually with those type of developments, you think of a large tract, or prime economic areas are usually large tract. Then the expectation, there's a high quality infrastructure that comes forward with this. For this, it's a little different, but does it still comply with the plan? We did say that yes, because what it's doing is providing a 2-story office building, new jobs, resulting from that. Property is isolated from the remainder of our prime economic development area, so it's a little bit unusual comparatively. And so we'd expect a limited scale and infrastructure investment that comes forward. It does provide a significant increase in real estate and draws both jobs and patients to the Centerville area. Ideally, the location of 288 and Broad Street interchange is appropriate for the interchange commercial zoning district, specifically designed to be in this type of location. There was a community meeting way back, March 14th, 2023. 11 citizens, Commissioner Patek, were present. Really, the comments were really concerned about how's it operating, what's the type of business, how many patients are anticipated, site improvements, traffic improvements, impact specifically on the Broad Street Road crossover and the neighboring property. At one point, the Broad Street crossover, there was a U-turn movement that could be permitted. If you think about across the street, it's Broad Meadows Office Park and Broadview, Bellevue Gardens residential development, I apologize. There was a U-turn movement that's since been removed by VDOT for that type of situation, so that left to, potential things. Back in May of this year, the Planning Commission did forward a recommendation of approval, 5-0, and no one spoke at the public hearing. So we're looking at a two-story medical office building. The site improvements would be required to meet ordinance, all our relative codes. The elevations were proffered. We'd still have to review those in compliance when they are submitted to whether or not they meet the certificate of approval requirements of the overlay. There's a buffer required along Broad Street Road. That is part of the overlay provisions as well. What made this kind of unique and why it's taken us so long to bring this forward is there's actually, if you see here, there's a feature that is on the current FEMA floodplain map. So it's really a floodplain. It's almost like a bell curve in the center of the property. Couldn't be located any better to prevent development of that property. However, with the updated maps that are coming before you, they're in now, that we anticipate you'll be adopting in October, that area has gone away. Staff felt it was comfortable at this point that we could bring forward the application to you, recognizing once we get through the approvals and everything, the maps will be in place and they can proceed with their development, should the application be approved. Again, this is the concept plan. Part of this we'll all evaluate at the time ultimately of when it comes through for plan and development review. This is the roadway. That's the service road. There's also, the connection to the property is directly from that service road, not from Broad Street Road. They'll have to do a little cul-de-sac improvement and some other road improvements that allow for their entry into their use, but also to make sure that it's still staying open for the nursery use that's further down the road. The applicant has proffered elevations. Please note these elevations are different than what was submitted at the time of the Planning Commission. However, they're generically the same. I did end up sharing that at Planning Commission, but we couldn't change the proffers at the last minute to do this. Again, the elevations will be evaluated at the time of COA. So, whole list of proffers here. Says they're giving us a concept plan. Secondly, they're giving us some elevations that demonstrate the architecture. The one change from the Planning Commission proffers that were approved is I've changed the date to the May 2024, which is the updated elevations we just showed. Of course, staff is available for any questions, and the applicant is here. They have a presentation as well, should the board desire.
Any questions, Mr. Cash?
Could we look at slide 4? I think there's like an island, a piece of property that it's in red, and I'm assuming that white is the access road.
You're talking about here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's right of way. So that white is the access road. That's VDOT's right of way.
On the flood map, it showed it just there. Is there anything planned for that?
So the yellow is detached. It's on the other side of the road. Also, once you get to the south part of that, we can look back at the floodplain. So that is part of their property. If you can see now in the maps, that area to the south here, which was the yellow
right
down here, that's pretty restrained and constrained properties for development. It's included in the application, but it's not really viable for development.
So nothing's planned, there's no parking, no,
Nothing's planned for that. I would anticipate if improvements need to be done to the roadway, that property's available. But it may require further action and approval through FEMA. But no use proposed. That's part of what's the problem. This is a very isolated, that's a huge area of floodplain and others that sort of isolate this property.
Any other questions, Mr. Cash? Okay, the representative of the applicant, would you like to address the audience?
And I may have to apologize to Mr. Conlon that I may
think I even
have, tell me
need
I
it.
may have you want to have it up? or-
No, I'm okay.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Andy Conlon here on behalf of Roth Jackson, have with me Jared Anderson and Kate Lafayette. Given that recognition that it's the last case and a long night, I'm happy to dispense with most of my presentation, as Mr. Cash really did a great job of addressing it. I would just say that the property not only is well situated, being isolated in its proximity to the public road network, but also with respect to the county's comprehensive plan as prime economic development. This medical office use is in demand in the area. Will provide a service, a valuable service of pulmonary care, a surgery center that is not for overnight stay, and cardiology. But when done and completed, the building and site itself will be a $20 million investment. And so, given the unique nature of this property, I think it's a great use. It's not an impactful use from a standpoint of impacting the surrounding properties, but impactful with respect to the community. So with that, I'd ask you to follow the recommendation of the Planning Commission and approve this case at this time. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Conlon. Any questions of Mr. Conlon?
yes, sir.
Mr. Long?
Yes, sir.
I know at the community meeting, there were discussions that the nursery center, they will sometimes have trucks coming at 3 in the morning and with plants from Florida or whatever
Right.
they're bringing. And there was some concern that that was going to be an issue. And I heard a comment that this has changed and there's actually kind of like a staging area for those trucks, or the road's been improved, or there's a not a roundabout, but have changes been made to that road that goes back to the nursery so that the trucks that are coming at 3 in the morning are not an issue either for your property or the nursery?
Right, well, certainly then, from the standpoint of the nursery use, that's not a problem currently. I don't think from that standpoint, we haven't heard that, but we're going to do road improvements on that access road necessary for providing for both traffic from both sites at this point. So at this point, and that was part of the delay, not only the FEMA, but also change in the concept plan and being able, working with the fire department and the circulation of on-site itself with the 2 access points. So we feel like that addressed that issue, not only with the improvements, but also with the change in how our layout of our property itself. Now, what happens on the nursery property, once it gets past our site, that's up to them. And I don't think that's changing from that standpoint, from their staging area and how they function on their property. But we're accommodating that traffic with the improvements on the access road.
Thanks. Okay, I will now open the floor. Thank you, Mr. Conlon. I will now open the floor to public comments. Okay. Seeing none. Ms. Moore?
Linda Moore, 2164 Prophet Road, Mannequin-Sabat. I think it's wonderful, okay? We really need to have access to medical care that we don't have to go all the way to the city of Richmond to receive. So I am ecstatic that we will have easily accessible, that we don't have to travel 25 to 30 miles to get. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Any additional? Okay. Seeing no additional public comments, I will now close the comments. Mr. Cash, anything you'd like to comment on that you heard? Okay, I'm following. Members of the board, do I have a motion? I generally don't make the first motion, but I will in this state. I will do it. I will ask myself. Yes. I move that the board approve rezoning RZ-2023-3 for 3.452 acres at 12705 Broad Street Road from residential general R3 to interchange commercial B3 with proffered conditions as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Christie. I'll lead off the discussion if y'all don't mind. As Ms. Morse stole my thunder, but I am very happy we're able to make use of a piece of land that provides significant economic impact on a space that otherwise probably would not get used. And no offense to the current owners, is not exactly the most beautiful entrance to the county at present. So this will be a nice addition to our county. And as we've seen on Patterson and that turns into River Road, we have had medical office buildings that are beautiful, that are a great entryway into our county as you get west of 288. So it is nice that, you know, we start seeing that entry into Goochland County grow over time in the right way. And it's going to take partners like this and these this applicant and these developers to do so. So thank you very much. Any additional discussion points? Nope. Seeing none, Ms. Biscayvitz, would you please take the roll?
Aye.
Having become a recent fan of cardiologists, yes.
Mr. Christie?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Mr. Waters?
Yes. And with that, the 9 public hearing items have been addressed. The board will adjourn as follows to our Tuesday, August 6th, 2024 regular business meeting. And as of now, tentatively planned it will, not the meeting tentatively planned, but the timing tentatively planned for 7 p.m. public hearings. This will allow staff to attend Goochland Sheriff's Office National Night Out on the Courthouse Green at 6 p.m. Thank you all very much for your attendance and to the Board of Supervisors and staff. Can I give you a